Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Town of Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission holding a virtual meeting on Tuesday, August 5th. This afternoon, we have had one postponement, and that is the Presbyterian Church of Old Greenwich doing business as Living Hope Community Church for a final coastal site plan and special permit on 30 and 38 West End Avenue. This is to build manse for the pastor and a two-bedroom apartment above and a garage for the associate pastor. Ms. Jenkins will be the seated alternate this evening, and she will be seated in a bit for Mr. McRae. And with that, we begin with our first application, which, by the way, we're opening the public hearing now, Mr. Basili. So with that, assume you're all right and ready to go.
Yes, I'm fine. Thank you.
Okie dokie. Hi, Mr. Basili. Okay, so we now begin with the public hearing. Our first application is Closest Brook LLC for a final site plan and special permit to construct a new single-family dwelling at 65 John Street in the RA4 zone. This is before us because it is in excess of 150,000 cubic feet in volume and has an indoor athletic facility of more than 1,200 square feet. The parcel is 9.2969 acres. Hello, Mr. Holsworth.
Hi, good evening. How are you?
Good, thank you. And you
Good.
may proceed. Do you want to let Mr. Kenny in?
Yes, please do.
Okay. All right.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Brett Holsworth. I'm a professional engineer with Redness and Mead in offices in Stamford. We listened to the briefing yesterday regarding this application. Just as a reminder, this was brought up last month and was discussed. We had some responses.
Application, yes.
Yep. We responded with some good feedback, and just the last couple outstanding items that was brought up at the briefing, I'll just briefly go over, and then I'll kick it over to Bill Kenny if you'd like to hear from him. So there was questions about the site disturbance and site excavation. We did look at the cut fill calculations, and we fine-tuned it just to account for the drainage systems and the requirements for those kind of systems. So we came to a closer balance of a cut fill calc. So that was, how we.
What does that mean? We were wondering yesterday in your language that you had this comment, and we weren't clear what you meant by that.
Sure. So with every project, we do a cut and fill calculation about how much, material we're taking out of the site and how much we're bringing in. And typically we go from existing surface to proposed surface, and it has a calculation. But when in situations where you have large drainage systems and stuff like that, we take a closer look, and we look at the excavated material and the void space of that drainage system, and we kind of subtract that from the fill number to kind of get us to a different a less of a fill number, because we're bringing in this material as part of the drainage system, and it's a pretty large volume in order to handle that.
Are you reducing the amount of fill?
Yeah, so essentially we accounted for the reduction of fill a little bit more tighter in the calculation. So we didn't do anything in terms of redesigning the site per se, but we
Okay,
we
that
just
was
accounted
Peter
for it.
Lowe's question. Had you reduced the amount of cut and fill overall, and you're saying no, you just did a better job at the arithmetic?
Essentially, yeah, we were taking more credit for items that were already in place.
Okay. So in fact, you're showing a higher cut number now.
No, no, it reduced the number of fill that we
Okay,
were,
all right,
yeah.
okay.
So there were other comments. I know EMAC was extremely pleased with our revision, so I know Arnold was very pleased at that response. Um, I'll hand it over to Bill for the NDDB and conservation comments in just a sec, but there were some other questions about another conservation comment regarding permeable pavers for the motor court. That area was in a area that we did test pits for, and just ledge was too shallow to the grade, so we couldn't use that area for infiltration. Most of our infiltration in the stormwater is pushed over where we're in fill situations. That way we can use that area for stormwater management. And you know, DPW responded with some minor comments, but generally, in my opinion, they were pretty satisfied with the drainage design as intended. Um, so I think with that, unless you have any specific questions about these kind of questions, I'll turn it over to Bill to discuss the conservation questions.
Does anybody have any questions, comments? All righty, okay. Mr.
Great.
Kenny? Oh, I thought we had let you in. You must,
Oh, is he not in?
you might have fallen out. Okay,
Good afternoon. Bill Kenny, Principal, William Kenny Associates in Fairfield, professional wetland scientist, soil scientist, and landscape architect. I understand from your meeting yesterday that specifically there were questions about the native plants and the bats, the reference to the bats from the state files, and that I'll start with the native plants. There might be some confusion because we had two sets of drawings,
yes.
but we have a tremendous amount of, we have over 1,500 native plants proposed. And I believe perhaps the conservation staff was reviewing just our planting plan, which focuses on the non-wetland areas and the non-buffer areas. So although that plan has a tremendous amount of natives, when you combine it with the other plan that we have for the wetlands and the buffers, we have over 1,500 plants. Only 10 plants were non-native. We're open to making those native if need be. I did meet with Beth Evans on Friday. I had an opportunity. I was speaking with her about something else and to review this briefly. And we seem to be in agreement of being able to work together to deal with this. There was also when the files at the state were reviewed with regard to listed species that are rare or endangered. 4 different bat species were identified, and our experience working throughout the state in the last couple of years, because of fungus that's affecting bats, that any property on or near that have large trees on it, whether they be on it or nearby, we're finding that this we're receiving this comment on pretty much all of our projects. And I just want to say to you, it has less to do with the tree. The trees aren't causing these animals to be rare. It's this fungus and this syndrome. So the animals are very rare. If by chance they happen to be on your property when they're breeding, pretty much during the growing season, the state doesn't want you to cut down a tree that they may be using to rest and that's providing them cover at that particular time. So the state's approach to this is to limit the removal of the trees during that breeding season, and just have the removal during the winter when they're hibernating in caves or mines or tunnels, which are pretty rare habitat. There is some habitat in Greenwich, but so with reference to the trees, it's pretty much during the summer months, mid-spring through early fall, that the state deals with that by not removing any large trees that might be providing a resting or roosting area for these animals. But it's not the removal of the tree that's causing their loss. It's this fungus. So our site is primarily clear. We have very little removal of large trees, but we are planting over close to 40 new trees with the wetland permit and with our site plan overall.
Mr. Lowe?
Yeah, I noticed that you're only removing, I believe, 2 existing trees. Is that correct?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So, and I asked a question having to do with just the absence of development activities within the wetlands systems itself. Does is it your contention that that will satisfy the state's concerns, that they're only with regard to the fauna, that they're only worried about tree removal?
For the bats, and then there was a dragonfly that it uses wetland habitat. So we obtained our wetland permit. We're doing habitat improvements such as removing invasive vegetation, adding native vegetation. So we're
And
Improve-
that's why your comment about the existing characteristics of the wetland don't align with the habitat needs of the dragonfly because of the invasives.
yes.
Is that correct? You seem
Ye-
doubtful.
well,
or let me
there's
just ask
also-
you, why do you say the wetlands don't align with the needs of the dragonfly? Might as well educate this
The
commission.
primary, it's more groundwater seepage from cold water, spring water coming. And although we have
Oh,
the
they
pond,
They want warmer water,
no, the colder water. They're associated with the
Colder.
colder water.
colder
Yeah.
water.
As
Okay.
it discharges, it's cooler. So we have a little bit of groundwater discharge. But even if they are, uh, we're improving the habitat. We're not developing in the habitat, or we're not having to fill the habitat to put a driveway in or anything like that. So we're preserving and improving the habitat. So we're confident that we're not affecting this.
So just to
Yeah.
follow up again, are there any activities that are part of this project that may promote the spread of this fungus for the bats?
No, not at all.
Dead sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I got a technical question for you. Is there a reason that there isn't a consolidated planting plan that shows the work you're doing on wetlands, the work you're doing that's zoning?
We're pleased to do that. It was through the process. We started with the wetlands. At
Okay.
that time, it wasn't clear what was going to be happening beyond the buffers. So our first plan was the wetland areas and within
I mean, the reason I'm asking you is because of the diversity of the species, of the plant species, for example. If we are only seeing a piece, but for example, conservation is recommending a fully native planting plan, given the NDDB status. And if we can't see the entire planting plan, we can't see the combination of what you're doing. Does
Sure.
that make sense? I mean, not that it's our jurisdiction, the wetlands, but we can make sure that the overall makes sense. Tracy, you know a great deal about this. Could you comment?
You do have both planting plans.
Yeah,
and
but not
the file.
together, right? Yeah.
They
Oh,
are
right.
they are 2 separate documents.
Okay.
But you can
Yeah, but we
put
can
them
go
next
back
to
and
each other
forth.
and you
Yeah.
see, what is wetland and what is
Okay.
upland. And in the staff report, I did have
You had both,
Bill
which
Kenny's
is,
office give me combined numbers. So this combined total numbers are in the staff report.
that's what I was asking for. If when
Yep.
you review the plan, you have the combination so you can look at,
Mm-hmm.
because we don't know as much as you do. So you can look at it and see that the overall is good and that it's given to you in a way that facilitates your review.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, we can certainly ask
right.
for them to provide them to separately, and then the magic of computers, they can provide us one with everything all on one too.
Absolutely. I think
And then-
having a combined planting plan, full planting plan
Makes
at
sense.
time of building permit review would make sense.
For staff, especially.
For
I mean,
staff.
For staff review.
Sure.
So the other thing is, I think we asked you this, Tracy, but honestly, I can't remember where we ended up. Conservation had recommended no mowing during the sensitive seasons, no application of fertilizers or pesticides, and measures should be taken to prevent encroachment onto the adjacent conservation lands. Because,
Right.
so is that all agreeable to the applicant?
We have included that type of information on the wetland planting plan, where we do have the buffer demarcation features for the buffer areas adjacent to the pond and the wetlands. We indicate that because we're taking areas that are currently lawn and converting it to meadow, native meadow. So, and in that, on the
Mhm.
drawing, we say that the
Right.
mowing won't occur
Right.
during the breeding season. So we have already that type of information. So for those areas, certainly please to adopt that type of
Okay.
language.
Nick, you got that?
I think I do.
Okie dokie. Any other questions? Well, there was, you're doing the tree protection, as needed in the area of disturbance, the silt fence, et cetera, right?
Correct. Yep. We
Okay.
added a double
Alright.
row of silt fence at the edge of our disturbance per the wetland conditions.
Okay. Madam Kulikowski.
I was just gonna say what Brett just said. Yes, they modify or revise the S&E control plan to match what the wetland staff wanted on their plan. So we're good there.
All right. I know conservation wanted to add more pervious surfaces.
Right, for that was the motor court area.
That was the comment earlier about the motor court. We are, by the way, doing pervious pavement around the pool and pool area. So that was an area that we did take the opportunity to use to reduce
Okay.
pavement.
Okay, any other comments from the commission? Any other questions? Okay, let me see if the public, what are you looking? Patrick, you signaled me, was that public?
Yes, please.
Okay. I was like, you look like you were doing the whole. Is that the dance like an Egyptian? No, sorry. Anybody from the public wish to speak on this application for a single family house with a the half court basketball court, and anybody want to make any comments? This is on 65 John Street. 65 John Street. Anybody want to make any comments? Seeing no comments, I turn to the commission. Nick and Tracy, have you made notes yesterday? Have we addressed everything that came up with the commission's questions?
I believe so, yes.
Mary.
Yes, does Mr. Yeski want to take this item back, or should I vote in his place?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't say that in the beginning. I would just say if you want to go ahead
Okay,
since we're showing you as seated for Yeski.
very good. Thank
Should
you.
have announced it. Thank you, Mary. Anybody object to closing this application at this time? Seeing no objection, this application is hereby closed, and we go to the next one. As mentioned earlier.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
Mr. Hosworth. Thank you, Mr. Kenny. Thank you for the education on the
Yeah.
wildlife.
Not a problem.
Always interesting. The commission always is interested in how much we learn about this stuff as we go. Patrick, before I announce the next application, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I'm seeing people that I think may be related to Living Hope Community Church, and I just would like to.
Okay, so for everybody who missed the announcement, the church has postponed for tonight. We're expecting to see them in our first meeting in September potentially, or the second meeting in September, but the church has postponed. So if anybody's here waiting for Presbyterian Church of Old Greenwich, Living Hope Community Church on West End Avenue in Old Greenwich. They have postponed from tonight and we will not be hearing it. So if you're here for that, you can enjoy the rest of your afternoon somewhere other than with us. Thank you. We go then to our next application, which is Corey and Susan Bolin Wright for a final site plan and special permit to construct a seasonal pool pavilion, renovate the pool area, expand the patio, the pool patio, build a pergola, landscape and drainage for a single-family residential property exceeding 150,000 cubic feet in volume on a 10-acre property at 160 John Street in the RAC4 conservation zone, which means it's the it is 4-acre conservation zone. Hello, Mr. Peck. It's good to see you. We haven't seen you for a while.
Good
if-
afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Mr. Leroux, Ms. Kulikowski. Always a pleasure to see everybody. And yes, I learned quite a bit about bats and bat habitat. You never know
Slimy
what you're gonna.
salamanders were the first thing, one of the first ones I remember hearing about. It's
You-
always
you-
interesting
you-
what turns out.
You
to
never
be
know what you're gonna
adventure.
learn at
Yeah,
a
you
planning
never
and
know.
zoning meeting. Okay,
All right. So go
members of the
ahead, sir.
commission, I am here today, Tim Peck, architect. I am here for Corey and Susan Wright, the homeowners at 160 John Street. I did watch the briefing yesterday, so I did take your comments. So I will, and I know you have a big agenda tonight, and I will try to keep it brief. I did send some responses to Ms. Pruitt yesterday. I think she related quite a bit of that during the briefing yesterday. But I did want to clarify a couple things. I know there was some confusion.
About the removal
on-
of the paddocks.
Yep. So first I want to say we are definitely focusing on the front lot. It is 5 lots altogether, but the permit is the special permit, and the site plan that we're here for today is focusing on the front lot. There was some questions about the construction access off of Lapham Lane, which again, all of our construction access is off of that Lapham Lane, which is a shared access way for all the parcels. And I apologize for the confusion. The paddock fencing was a question that came up yesterday.
Well, we were really more wondering, so we were clear after looking at the plan for a while that you were removing one paddock entirely.
Yes.
But then the other two, we weren't clear because you were foresting it, whether you were retaining the 2 paddocks on the right or whether those also were going to be, I don't think this is the right word, but defenced and
Depaddocked.
depaddocked,
The one that's being removed is the smaller one of the 3.
the one
and
up
then
at the
2
top.
Yeah, and the 2 larger ones, the fencing is going to stay. They will be, we'll be adding some trees and landscaping to those paddocks, but
Okay.
yeah, those 2 paddocks, the fencing is going to stay. I confirmed that with Mrs. Wright yesterday.
Okay,
She
and you'll
was-
need, I know she knows this, but you're gonna need tree protection early on for the baby
Yep.
trees. Because
Yep, we,
until the
that I
trees are-
believe Mr. Conti had spec'd out in his
Yeah.
notes.
Well, yeah, but because the horses will damage the baby trees early on.
Well, I think, yes,
Yeah.
you're absolutely correct. They'll
So-
block that out, or they'll keep them to the rear paddocks during the.
Or no, you can just,
well-
you can
well
just fence
established.
around them and it's just because they'll fool with the bark.
Learn
when
more
it's
about,
little.
learning about horses too today, so this
So,
is.
so you just fence, she knows all this. She
Yep.
knows what they chew
Yeah,
on.
they have a consultant.
Okay,
There was a question about the portable rink, which is, again, it's a recreational rink. It's not, I know this is Greenwich, and you mentioned skating rink, and people are thinking we're putting an NHL rink in, and no, this
with a
is.
Zamboni, yes. We
yeah,
assume that
no,
you're
this
doing
is
a
a-
full rink with a Zamboni and we panic about lights and amplified sound. We
No
really don't.
grandstands, no lighting, no food
No
trucks, no
Yeah,
no Zamboni.
We just don't want you to bother anybody. I know you're in a remote area, but we just don't want you to disturb anyone. So it doesn't look like that's their intent. Where do you pack
No.
up? Where do you pack up the temporary rink in the off months?
They store it in one of the
One of the barns?
barns. Yeah,
Okay.
it's it's a thing that they lay down, and they, it's not like an NHL kind of rink. There were a couple of comments about the lighting and the carport. yes, we will confirm with staff that we're in compliance with the lighting. The carport, it is a true carport. It's not a field house or anything. We're just going to, we'll make sure that it complies with the lattice. The ZEO has to sign off on that anyway. That's a separate permit. And there was a, the whole idea of the carport is that it's an open pergola, so that it's a not an enclosed structure by any means. No plumbing, again, no plumbing in the pool house. EMAC was pretty positive. It's a heating loop, not a heating look. In the
Got
room.
it. I was, okay. Got it.
and,
Okay, I'm cool.
Yep, and to comment back to Mr. Wells, yeah, we're doing fans and open windows there. They have a cooled space in the house that's adjacent to the other end of the pool. So this is the open air structure as opposed to the conditioned area. So
Are the barns air conditioned on the other property?
the portions of them are there. There are fans in the horse areas, and then there's some grooms quarters that are
No, it's the horse areas that, who cares about?
Yep.
Okay.
That's, and then I'm happy to take questions. I see a few
Mr.
commissioners
Lowe
have
and
their
Mr.
hands raised. So,
McBride.
Yeah,
Yep.
I don't want to press your knowledge beyond architecture and further into fauna and flora, but I understand from our conservation department that many of the proposed plants are cultivates that do not always provide ecological benefits or the same ecological benefits as native species. Are you in a position to comment on that?
I'm not. I know that I did speak with the contractor about this, and where we can, we're happy to substitute native plantings. Most of it will be the smaller scale stuff, which we're happy to swap out with natives where we can.
Okay.
To
So we would
address,
ask you to
conservation's
work,
concerns.
we would ask you to work with staff, then we would condition you on that if we were to move it forward. Mr. McBride.
Yes, I'm done.
Oh, wait, I'm
Mis-
sorry, Mr. Lowe, were you
No, I
done?
said I'm done. That's right.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
Go
thank
ahead.
you.
Is the carport, it's got an open top, it's just a pergola?
Yeah, it's just a pergola, Nick.
Is it connected to the house?
It's freestanding. It's not actually, it runs between the garage and that corner of the house.
Right,
But it's meant to be a freestanding open structure.
okay. Is there a garage in the house?
There is a garage there's a 3-car garage on one side, and then the garage on the opposite side is, there's a 2-car garage attached to the house.
Okay.
Okay.
Which
Why
they're
is
currently storing stuff in there while
Right.
the house is under renovation.
why is it so big?
The carport?
Yeah,
Um,
it's 10 feet
because
tall.
they have quite a few people coming and going during the day. And as
No,
far
it's
as
the
height,
height that Nick is asking
Well,
about.
that's well, you just dropped something on the table. Yeah, let's talk about the height. It's 10 feet tall. I mean, even in a garage, parking garage isn't that tall.
I think that's I'm looking quickly for the plan. I know. It is 10 foot, which allows for a 9-foot high. You've got figure 12 inches for the top beams of the pergola, 12 inches for the bottom beams of the pergola, approximately. That puts you at 8 and change to the height of it. You have a SUV that pulls underneath it. If the commission wishes us to drop the pergola a little bit, we can bring it down a little bit. But I think it's in keeping with the scale of the house for certain.
And it's within the regs.
Yeah.
And you said there are a lot of people coming and going. Why are they coming and going?
There you go.
Well, if they have cleaning people or staff that comes in during the day for whatever reason, this is where they would park. They would park over on this side rather than use the motor court in the middle. And this is where the
And if I was going to be
park their
parking,
vehicles.
if I was going to go ride my horse, I'm going to go down to the barns. There's parking at the barns?
There's parking at the barns. That's correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Anything else?
Nope.
Anybody else? Okay. Does anybody from the public have any comments on this application for work, additional work at a house in excess of 150,000 cubic feet on 160 John Street, 160 John Street? Anybody in the public wish to speak on this application? Please raise your virtual hand. Okay, seeing no comments, does anyone object to closing this application at this time? All righty. Thank you very much, Mr. Peck.
Thank you.
Best of luck.
Hope the rest of your evening is quick.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So he just cursed us.
I thought it was a nice sentiment, but that's all right.
He was sincere.
Yeah, I know. Well, people say that, you know, now it's going to go for hours. The next applicant is Mr. Hegney still.
Correct.
Mr. Hegney, I'm not seeing you. If you would raise your hand. And he's doing the following one too, right?
No, the TCS, the Toyota, no.
Okay. Mr. Hegney?
We're too quick for him.
Well, yeah, if they didn't know, there he is.
Madam Chair, I'm recused.
Okay, goodbye. On this application, Mary Jenkins will be seated for Nick McRae. So Mary, you are seated on this, and the rest of the seating is the regulars. This is the Berkeley Insurance Company for a final coastal site plan and special permit for the demolition of 5 existing structures and the construction of a 3-story office building totaling 38,300 square feet across those 5 lots to be merged for parcels located at 44 to 59 Davenport and 537 to 545 Steamboat Road in the GB and coastal overlay zones. Mr. Hegney, if you would proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. And I thought Tim would go on a little farther, so I didn't get my notes ready. Just give me one brief moment and I will be right with you.
I think he's the first applicant to be upset that we got to him quicker.
Sometimes you just can't make people happy.
Oh, but that doesn't mean you don't want to keep trying.
Yeah.
This has come to you before. We did as a pre-app, and then we came to you with a plan that was part of an application we submitted in 2024. I would like to have the record from application 2024-378 included as part of this application so that I don't have to go back through and repeat a lot of that that we've already gone through. That last plan briefly was an L-shaped building, which was over permitted height and didn't meet all of the setbacks. Commission gave us a preliminary proceed to final and asked us to address a number of conditions. Obviously, one was to submit a special permit application, which we have done as part of submitting it before you this evening. And second was to submit a brief on the issue of the nonconformities. And I know the commission had a fairly extensive discussion on that yesterday at the briefing. Just to go over the revised plans, based on the discussion that we heard at the preliminary vote, architects went back over the plans and meticulously analyzed each of the existing parcels and what their nonconformities were, and then look to incorporate those into the new design that we've presented to you as part of this plan. So what they determined was that we would be more conforming or conforming individually on each of those 5 parcels, and collectively would be more conforming or conforming on one parcel together. So for example, we reduced the height. The height is on one of the buildings 44 feet. We had proposed to retain that as 44 feet and then have that only be a portion of the square footage, which was one of the discussions staff had brought up. So now we're at 38 feet and a little over 4 inches, which is conforming with 40 feet in the zone. We changed the building footprint considerably, and now we are conforming as to all setbacks on the front and rear, street side, and side. We are also conforming as to stories. It's 3 stories. The existing building, or one of the existing buildings, is 4 stories. And we're more conforming as to building and lot coverage, as well as floor area. So the proposed building is 38,300 square feet, representing really the 2 existing office buildings on 2 of the sites, and the industrial building, plus a roughly 2,000 square feet of a storage building in the would be the northeast corner of the property. To utilize the existing industrial building, we're relying on section 6-141 of the regulations covering nonconformities. We're going from one nonconforming use, which is the industrial, to a second nonconforming use, which in the GB zone is limited. The square footage of office is limited to 10,000 square feet. And this would be obviously exceeding that. And the standard that the commission applies is that it is not more detrimental to the neighborhood. Office space doesn't create noise and dust and fumes, doesn't have a lot of truck traffic, and we're also eliminating the 4 curb cuts that are associated with the current industrial building there. So if we were to just apply to convert the industrial use to an office, would that not be permitted? And that's one of the things we're looking at when we're analyzing as part of what the discussion was with the commission at the briefing. So in short, we're removing 5 what I would describe as obsolete buildings, which were constructed in a rather hodgepodge fashion over 4 decades. We're looking to construct a new energy efficient building with more parking, more landscaping, removing curb cuts, providing a better buffer with residences to the east and south. And we're relying on section 8-2 sub D sub 4 of the Connecticut General Statutes, which was a statute adopted to protect property owners for owning non-conforming property rights. And we think that it requires a more expansive reading than what was discussed by the commission yesterday. The departmental comments, the fire marshal has asked us to add another vehicular access to the parking garage. Just sent over a sketch that Rudy Rydberg has prepared, showing a second entrance into the garage on the south. Couple of other changes. The traffic engineer also asked us to move the garage entrance that was part of the plan that we submitted initially to you to the south, so that we would have a 50-foot distance between Davenport Avenue and the parking and the entrance to the garage. And that sketch that is included in the material we just sent over to staff would be part of that as well. We have Labella, our traffic engineers and consultants, responding to the beta comments on the sight lines. And I would also note that beta did agree with our parking study that there's more than adequate parking based on the square footage of office space that we are proposing. The other part is that the housing specialist comments, we're happy to, oh, wrong project.
Not here.
So
Yeah.
the beta
yeah,
comments, the
Hold,
beta
hold that
comments,
thought. I'll have it for you in
I
short
mean, the-
order.
the beta comments we are going to ask you about, but I think Mary has her hand up for other reasons.
Well, I just wanted to finish my prepared remarks and then we
Yeah,
can
go ahead.
get into
Go
our
ahead.
discussion. So I wanted to just briefly describe the 7 modifications that the commission requested as part of the January 25 decision. And that's submit a special permit. As I said, we have submitted a special permit, which is really required under 6-141 as well as section 6-100. Provide case law and other legal authority to support the ability to claim continuation of the protected nonconformities. Mark Kurzman of Carmody Torrance, Sandak, and Hennessy did prepare a memo that we have forwarded to you. Provide a study as to why office use and proposed calculating of gross floor area is not an expansion. That's included in our brief, but also we're taking one non-conforming use and converting it to office. That's the industrial to office, and we're retaining the existing square footage of office that's already on site, plus the square footage for the storage building associated with the property. Identify each existing structure that has a maximum height allowed. So as I mentioned, we're reducing the height to a little over 38 feet, which is conforming in the zone. Demonstrate that the final site plan proposal retains height nonconformities only where currently exist. We got rid of any square footage that was over the 40 feet, so that now conforms. Retain non-conforming setbacks only on the property portion which they currently pertain, as long as applied consistently under section 6-129. As part of our materials, we did submit a study that was done by Rocco V. D'Andrea showing that the setbacks are conforming with the requirements of 6-129. Provide the parking study. As I mentioned, Labella did do that parking study, and Beta confirmed their conclusions that more than adequate parking is provided. And the other outstanding staff and departmental comments, traffic was looking for us to make some changes, which we've made, and we'll submit those to you formally before the next hearing. And Labella will respond to the sightline question that Beta had because they found that there was more than adequate sight distance from the northerly.
Okay. I didn't read
parking.
it that way. So Patrick, when you get a chance, I read Beta's comments a little differently, but go ahead and we'll get into that later.
And we did have the sewer information. I'm not sure quite why either didn't reach them or somehow, but we'll make sure that the sewer is satisfied that what we're proposing is not something that will overload the pumping station in Oneida Drive.
Okay. All righty. Is that it, Mr. Hegney?
For now, Madam Chair, yes.
Madam Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Hegney, thank you for providing the legal memorandum for our review. I continue to be troubled by the treatment of the dimensional nonconformities and the reuse of them in your new proposed building. And I know that you relied that the memo relies heavily upon the statute. So I'm going to focus on the statutory language. And I know you were hoping that we would perhaps read that more openly than I have in the past. I can't speak for my fellow commissioners, but unfortunately, the language in the statute is very clear. So I'm going to really emphasize the statutory language because, as the memorandum points out, that's the enabling statute for purposes of the constitutional protection of non-conforming buildings. I'm going to limit this to the dimensional issue for now. Again, the statute protects the continuance of, I'm going to get the statute in front of me, Mr. Hegnan. It protects the continuance of any non-conforming building or structure that was at the time of the adoption of such regulations. And I'm going to stress the term continuance. I keep saying continuation, but in fact, the statutory language is stronger. Continuance is the state of remaining in existence. So in fact, the constitutional protection of a non-conforming building, talking dimensional, is protected even more strongly by the fact that it's the state of it remaining in existence that's protected. And because that's such a strong word, it's kind of interesting because the new language in the statute now makes sense to me. Why did they add the new language? Because at some point, I'm sure someone said, how do you have the state of remaining in existence if the building disappears, either by accident or by intent? So the language that was added more recently, in fact, reinforces what continuance means, because it says it's continuing. A building will continue to the extent that you have no building anymore, but the owner hasn't indicated an intent not to reestablish such building. The point being that the memo seems to suggest that somehow there is no requirement under the statute to keep it in the same location. In fact, the language is that it be reestablished, that such building be reestablished. You can't reestablish something if it's not in the location that it existed before. So the bottom line for me is that I continue to struggle with the fact that the nonconformities of 5 buildings on 5 parcels are being reconfigured and consolidated so that the new non-conforming building cumulatively is less non-conforming. But my point to you is, and again, I'm trying not to sound like a law professor, even though I've done that too, but the point is that the dimensional nonconformities that are protected are defined by the property, by the building on the property. And when you remove that building and do not reestablish such nonconforming structure, those nonconformities disappear. So to the extent the nonconformity that you're attempting to apply to the new building only applies to those buildings in those locations, you cannot consolidate them and use them somewhere else. I have to believe that if that were the case, that nonconformity would be a property benefit, because it would be really great to be able to buy a series of non-conforming of properties with non-conforming structures and reuse them the way you want to. But it's my understanding, and again, Mr. Hegney, this is my understanding and not on behalf of the commission. It's my understanding that once the building is gone and you do not reestablish such non-conforming structure, you have no non-conformities to protect from a dimensional point of view. And because that affects your building, I can't even get to the issue of changing the uses or increasing particular uses, because the building itself to me is not justified under the protection that the statute gives a non-conforming building. So again, my conclusion is until the building conforms, whether, however that is defined, but currently the building you're proposing still includes nonconformities, even in attempting to take advantage of the nonconformities that exist now, which I believe disappear once you're not using them. So my problem is the dimensional nonconformities are not available to you to use on your new non-conforming building, because we're not supposed to create new nonconformities, even if they're nicer, smaller, better looking nonconformities. We are not supposed to allow the creation of a new nonconformity.
This question that Mary is raising, it's the same issue that we raised originally, one of the same issues that we raised originally. Can you pick up nonconformities from one lot when you're merging 5 lots? Can you pick up a nonconformity from one lot and apply it elsewhere or to the entire merged property? And that is, I think, if I said it clearly, Mary, since I did not ever teach law, and I don't like the Holiday Inn, but that's been the crux of our question here. So, Mr. Hegney, what I brought up yesterday is that having your brief now, what we'd like to do is go and get our own opinion and make that a part of the record. Because as you know, we often have discussions with our attorneys that don't go into the record. I actually believe, and when we've talked to you about this before, that this is an important enough issue statewide, because it is a precedent potentially as well, because it's the interpretation of the language that went into 8.2 in 2017. It's an interpretation of what you can do moving around nonconformities. It's a very interesting use question that Arn raised yesterday. If my new use is less egregious than my old use, can I exceed the limits for that use? There's just a lot of moving parts, and we think it's precedential, and valuable. It's not something trivial in the state land use canon. So what we'd like to do now that you have given us this brief is get our own opinion, talk to you about potentially what we might see working for this application if you wanted to talk to your client. But in getting our own opinion, one of the things, and I haven't said this part out loud until now, one of the things I was left thinking about yesterday is this question of our 10,000 square foot limitation. Because a lot, if this had been a consolidated lot already, you would only be able to have 10,000 square feet on it. But right now you could have 5 lots with 10,000 square feet on them each. There's a lack of logic in that I'd like to address in our zoning regulations, because it doesn't really make sense to me that when it doesn't really make total sense to me as it's currently worded. And maybe a legal opinion will say, no, it's fine, but I'd like to be clearer on it. So those are the 2 things I'm looking for, is that some insight into that 10,000 square feet, how it achieves that, and very importantly, Mr. Hegney, how it achieves the POCD goals, which we know what they've been over time. And because we discussed this yesterday at length, that 10,000 square foot limit was designed to keep us from having large office structures such as you are now proposing. And perhaps the wording is confusing to me, but it does work perfectly for the goal that's in the POCD, that it's meant in the POCDs it was meant to implement. So I'd like just an attorney to run by that, and also an attorney run by this issue that Mary so eloquently described. And again, just to reiterate, we know our regulations are attempting to implement the POCDs of the past. And that's what that 10,000 square feet was meant to do at a very specific point in time, of which you yourself have often reminded us on other occasions, when we did not want to see the continuation of large office structures, when we felt that was inconsistent with the direction for the town. So I do want to check on that, but I do see the logic of having that. And it's the question of, did we word it right? Are we doing this correctly? And then I can't do better than Mary, but you knew that already. So that's where I'd like to go. We can talk about Beta and their comments and the traffic and the parking just generally. But I think you've got this bigger issue of, can you even create this building under our zoning regulations and under the state statute? Because frankly, I 100% agree with what Mary has said to you about 8.2. And the last time we discussed it, I mentioned to you that when Sarah Bronin was working on the PA 2129 language, she and I had and she also taught law, had a very specific discussion about what was intended by this part of 8.2, and that it was not intended to allow people to wield their nonconformities in different ways. It was allowed only to give people the right to retain an existing nonconformity. Okay, so there you go. Does anybody else want to jump in besides Mr. Hegney? Go ahead, Mr. Hegney. I don't think they do. I think everybody's got that. This is the long zoning discussion that.
So Mark Kurzman, who drafted the memo, is also in attendance. I'm not sure he's looking to address it today. I just wanted to, in terms of interpretation of 8-2, before my client looked to purchase his property, we met with then zoning enforcement officer Jody Kuchar and went over it with him. And prior to submitting this particular application, we reviewed it with Jim Money, the current zoning enforcement officer. And I think that their interpretation of this regulation and its application is probably one that's carried throughout the state. And it is that if you are reducing nonconformities, that is something that's encouraged, but you get to retain your nonconformities. So if you're going from something that is nonconforming to something conforming, but in other aspects not making it conforming, but reducing the nonconformity, that's something to be encouraged, and that the nonconforming aspects of your property are property rights that you retain. And you can continue to use those property rights as long as you are not increasing the degree of nonconformity. And one of the things that we did as part of the analysis is to show that on each of the properties of the 5, we are not increasing the degree of nonconformity on any of them by doing the consolidated development. And that's why our architects went through that and did really a very painstaking analysis that we've provided to you of how we got from what is there now to what we're proposing.
I'm going to ask Mary to respond to you, because we need to lay the record very clearly that you are commingling retaining a nonconformity on a lot with moving it from one lot to another. And you are mixing those as if the right to retain a nonconformity would allow you to play dominoes with it and move it into another basket. I think that's how you play dominoes. I'm not sure, but the point being, you can't lift it up and move it somewhere else, and that's what Mary was saying. That retaining it. And Mary, go ahead.
No, Madam Chair, thank you. No, I think, Mr. Hegney, the concern I have with citing the ZEO's conclusion on this is that they are looking at it in terms of the cumulative effect on the property. And in fact, they may not have realized that the cumulative effect on the property was a reduction in nonconformities. Yes, we all want to do that, but it was a reduction in the nonconformities by creating new nonconformities. And particularly if you look at the individual parcels, let's take the little tiny residential parcel in the upper right-hand corner. That in particular, I mean, you are literally creating almost an entirely new nonconformity on that parcel in order to cure the existing nonconformity. And yes, it's a smaller nonconformity, but it does not have the protection of a nonconformity because it's new. It doesn't exist. It has no rights to be there. If you bought that parcel and built that something, if that was an empty parcel and you built the structure that you're proposing to put on that parcel, you would be told, no, you cannot create that. It's the exact nature of a nonconformity. You can't make a new one because now, since it's new, you have to comply with the zoning regulations that apply. The protection looks back in time and says, it was legal when they did it. Yeah, that's great. We'll let you keep it because we can't come in and tell you to remove it because it was legal at the time. That does not justify the creation of a new, smaller nonconformity because the numbers are lower. And that's, that's the problem that I have. I'm sorry, Mr. Hackett. That's the problem that I have is the whole nature of nonconformity is protecting what exists, and dimensional nonconformities are defined by where it exists. Not all of them, but certainly the setbacks. So to the extent that the nonconformity that's protected attaches to the structure, again, I'm only talking dimensional, not use here. The structure is protected because we can't make you take it down. And in fact, now the state statute says, not only can we not make you take it down, if you take it down, we can't take away your protection of those nonconformities, because to the extent you intend to build that building again, reestablish such building, those nonconformities survive. Any other reading of that suggests that somehow a nonconformity is an entitlement to ignore certain zoning regulations, whether it's on a merged parcel or not on a merged parcel. And I don't, as wide open as I would want to read that language, I cannot get there with that. Mr. Kurzman.
Mr. Kurzman, before you start, Patrick, did you want to jump in now?
Not on this subject, but let's talk about this and we can come back to it.
Okay. Mr. Kurzman.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. And I won't take a lot of.
Can you tilt your screen at all so we can see your whole face? Perfect.
Thank you.
That's great.
It's good. It's good seeing you, Madam Chair. And I had a number of comments, but I think that I will just limit myself to addressing Commissioner Jenkins' comment about the statutory language and simply offer a different way of looking and considering that language. I understand you're going to be seeking a legal opinion, and maybe there will become a time when the lawyers can even get together and hash this out. I know that Commissioner Jenkins is an attorney, but let me share with you our view. Yesterday's meeting was very helpful in terms of hearing Commissioner Jenkins focus on the word reestablish, and she reiterated that today. We certainly do not regard the use of the term reestablish to mean that if an owner decides to demolish a functionally obsolete, non-conforming use building or structure, the right to continue the nonconformities only exists if the use building or structure is replicated in exactly the same form and in exactly the same place on the property. Seizing on the term reestablish to require Berkeley to replicate the buildings it proposes to raise or forfeit its right to legal nonconforming status is, in our view, and with all due respect to Commissioner Jenkins, an incorrect interpretation of the statute. that's designed to protect the right of property owners to continue legal nonconformities. And that's a different concept than creating new nonconformities. And as you know, Madam Chair, we took great pains to address the comments that we heard on the L-shaped building about creating new nonconformities. And in that connection, you were correct that some height nonconformities were being created where they didn't previously exist, and some setback nonconformities. And we heard you loud and clear that subject, and we think that the current site plan addresses all of that. And maybe we're talking past each other when we talk about creating nonconformities, but I can tell you that it is certainly not our intent, and we understand it is impermissible to create new nonconformities. The whole purpose of the site plan is to eliminate or at least reduce nonconformities, and we think that that is completely consistent with 8-2. And we think, quite frankly, Madam Chair, it would be bad public policy for this commission to adopt such an inflexible interpretation of 8-2 because it would discourage owners of legally nonconforming properties from constructing new innovative buildings or designing site plans that reduce nonconformities for fear of losing their nonconforming status. It just strikes us, Madam Chair, that that's bad public policy, and that what Berkeley is proposing to do here is exactly what this commission should encourage. So obviously, we have conflicting interpretations of 8-2. I'm glad that you're going to be looking for, another opinion on that. I would simply leave you with the thought that if the legislature intended such a strict, inflexible interpretation of the use of the term reestablish, it could have easily said reestablish in the same place and in the same form. And it didn't. And I think that was intended to create flexibility. And as you know, Madam Chair, other towns have kind of filled that gap. We discussed this in the memo. I won't spend a lot of your time repeating it here, by basically saying thou shalt not move a non-conforming use from one part of the property to another. And I'm not here trying to confuse the distinction between dimensional nonconformities and use nonconformities, but our statute lumps them all together. So, you can't, although you are quite correct that the analysis ought to be, let's focus on dimensional nonconformities and then use nonconformities and keep the two concepts separate. When we talk about statutory interpretation, because the statute collectively talks about use, building, and structure, I kind of forced to aggregate that concept a little bit. But the bottom line is we appreciate and certainly, from one lawyer to another, I respect Commissioner Jenkins' interpretation, but I don't think it's the correct interpretation. And I think for a lot of reasons, a more flexible interpretation would be a proper application of the statute and frankly, good public policy for the commission. So I had a lot of other things to discuss, but I'm going to decline to do that right now because I think that we've all focused on what kind of is the gating issue here.
Okay. I'm going to go to Mary now because I think you want to respond. So Mary, if you would go ahead.
First of all, Mr. Kurzman, you've used one of my favorite phrases, which is a gating issue, because in fact, this is a gating issue, obviously, for all of the rest of the discussion. So as long as you give me credit for that one, I will appreciate it. First of all, I can't address the public policy issue because obviously public policy issues have to be discussed in a much broader context than this application or by this commission.
And Mary, on that, it's consistency with the POCD.
POCD.
So when we make regulations, they are to be consistent with the POCD and with our comprehensive plan. And so from that point of view, I would debate Mr. Kurzman. I don't think it's worth it, but I think if you go back and you look at all of our previous POCDs, which sum into the more recent, and you look at what they strive to do and the objectives in them, you basically end up with a kind of interpretation, if that is even an interpretation, because I'm more literal than that. I'm not a lawyer, so I think that's what it says. Go ahead, Mary.
I just wanted to say that I'm not for a moment suggesting that the only thing that Berkeley can do with this property is put up old houses and wire manufacturing. But I am saying that the language in the statute, and I think that to the extent that our regulation reads differently from other regulations, those regulations have to be consistent with the state statute, with an enabling statute, as you say in your memo. So to the extent that those provisions in other people's regulations say you can't move it, there's no reason to believe that the state statute doesn't also recognize that that is something that is an impermissible use of non-conforming conditions. Again, I'm not saying don't fix it, don't build a bigger building, not for 1 second. What I'm saying is, to the extent that the new building is comparing consolidated dimensional nonconformities to say it's less than what's there now, the problem is that it is not retaining, it is not a continuation of the structures that are protected under the statute. So yes, at some level, there is a smaller number, but it is only a smaller number compared to the consolidation of nonconformities that don't survive not being reestablished. The dimensional nonconformities that are being claimed here are defined by the location of those buildings. And if you're not going to reestablish those buildings, newer, better, environmentally more sensitive, if you're not going to use the dimensional nonconformities that are protected of those buildings, you're not protecting anything. They're disappearing because you are not using them. And the protection is continuance. So if you don't, I hate to say use it or lose it, but it really gets to the point of, you can't just say, these are the total nonconformity numbers that exist, and our total number in our new nonconforming building is smaller, and therefore it's consistent with our requirement as a commission to reduce or eliminate nonconformities.
So
I simply cannot read the conglomerate numbers as being less, because they no longer exist once the buildings aren't reestablished.
So Mary, let me just ask a question and make sure that we all have your point here. The proposed building has a 0.84 FAR. 3 of the allowed in the zone is 0.5. The proposed building has 0.84. 3 of the underlying properties have FARs today of 0.6. The consolidated building goes to 0.8. Allowed in the zone is 0.5. And you're saying by the consolidated property being at 0.8, when you have underlying properties that are currently at 0.6, you are essentially creating a new nonconformity?
Let me rephrase that, Madam Chair, because in fact, I think the problem is by referring to the numbers on the individual existing nonconforming structures, you're saying I can still use these. And in fact, the parcel by parcel analysis of the existing nonconforming buildings as against the use of that parcel, and again, I'm not overlooking merger here, the use of the parcel, I think only in one instance, and I think it's the kind of right-hand ribbon parcel, are all of the nonconformities corrected. So to the extent on the other 4 parcels, it may say more conforming, but it does not say conforming, which means that to the extent that the proposed use of each of those parcels is more conforming, but not conforming, it's a new nonconformity.
So I hear you,
Go ahead,
Commissioner
Mr.
Jenkins.
Mr. Kurzman.
Thank you, but I regard that as rather an incongruous position, because it is an owner's right to eliminate or reduce nonconformities. And what I hear you saying, and perhaps we're talking past each other, is that by reducing nonconformities on a parcel by parcel basis, and I do think that's the proper analysis. We should be looking at this on a parcel by parcel basis.
Okay.
But by eliminating nonconformities in many cases, and by creating less nonconformity in some others, that we are in fact creating new nonconformities. And I'm having trouble wrapping my mind around that concept. It seems to me that the whole goal, certainly from the commission's perspective, ought to be to encourage the elimination or reduction of nonconformities. And on a parcel by parcel basis, that's exactly what this proposal does. And I certainly don't regard the reduction, albeit not elimination, of a nonconformity as being functionally equivalent to creating a new nonconformity. And perhaps that's where you and I differ in terms of our approach to this issue.
Well, but in terms of numbers, Mr. Kurzman, 48 Davenport currently has a 0.6 FAR and your overall FAR is going to be 0.84. How did you reduce the nonconformity?
I'm going to
59 Davenport has an FAR also of 0.6
yeah.
and your overall FAR is 0.84. I mean, so that's the
So-
question. Okay,
So-
so Mr.
so-
Hegney, are you trying to talk?
Yeah.
Because this is you really got to jump into this one.
Yeah.
And we do break it down that way, Madam Chair. And
Right.
if you look at
But we're disagreeing with you.
the zoning analysis for 48 Davenport, which is the property at the northeast corner,
Mhm.
we're showing an existing square footage of 3,200, and which is
Max, there,
well,
the gross
I mean,
floor area.
I'm sorry, that's the
No.
lot area. The gross
2064
floor area of
is
2,064, and we're
2064.
coming in with 978. We're reducing
I have
the
no
floor
idea
area.
how you're getting.
We're reducing the volume, we're reducing site coverage, we're reducing footprint, we're reducing building coverage, and building footprint. So on
did you
each
s-
of these
on
sites,
the
and that's why we
FAR
went through this exercise after the discussion on the preliminary decision. We specifically planned the development of this property to take into account each of the 5 lots and how they will be more conforming individually on all aspects of the regulations.
But even in your letter, it
and-
says they're only they're only more conforming on most parts of the regulations. Even you in your letter concede, I believe you conceded in your letter, that it's not on all. And now you're saying you are.
Well,
But
if
I
I
look at
worded
the
that
charts,
improperly, I apologize.
But
But
if-
if you go through on each of the parcels,
it did.
they are either conforming or more conforming than what exists right now.
Mm-mm.
And that was how we ended up with the configuration of the building the way it is, and how we presented it to you both at the pre-application and between the preliminary and this final application, and what we've submitted to you as part of this final. So if I go through each of the parcels, and it's very clearly laid out by our architects, it's all
But you're not
are
doing, I
more
think,
conforming or unchanged from what's on each parcel. And then when you look at it collectively, it's the same. It's more conforming in some and conforming in others. And that was what I thought we had been hearing from you as part of the decision on the preliminary. And so that's why we laid it out the way we did, in a very literal way.
think you're comparing apples to oranges in this, because if you go and you look at what the overall is, they are again, you are taking pieces of the nonconformity and saying, I'm more conforming because I've moved it to somewhere else. Mary, go ahead, because I think this is this is not worth going in this direction, because we're not going to agree with each other.
And I think, Madam Chair, I think that the obtaining a legal opinion is probably the only way to resolve this, and I'm not sure
Yes.
it will resolve it. But
Give it a shot.
I would point out once more that the direction to zoning commissions to reduce or eliminate nonconformities is the expectation that if you're not going to use it, you are going to reduce the existing protected nonconformity. And again, my position is, and I'm sure there are 8 different positions one can take on this, but if you are creating a new non-conforming structure, you are not reestablishing a non-conformity. Again, I can't emphasize strongly enough that, yes, the number on an individual basis, on a parcel by parcel basis, and also on a consolidated basis, the numbers are smaller, but the way you are getting the smaller number is by creating a smaller new nonconformity. And the law frowns upon the creation of a new nonconformity. And Madam Chair, I don't want to use up any more time by Mr. Kurzman or Mr. Hegney. I think we understand the need for legal opinion.
Okay. Yeah, I think Mr. Heg, as Mr. Kurzman said, we're to some extent we are talking past each other, because I'm not seeing your fact set, even looking at those charts that I scrolled to as you were talking about them, because then I go back and I look at our charts and I don't see it. Let's go to
Madam Chair, that was just why we laid it out the way we did in color, so that it would be clear that the nonconformities were not increasing, they were becoming more conforming or being eliminated.
It's just how you lay it out is telling the story that you want to tell. But if I look at our zoning charts, I see a different story. So I'm going to leave it there, because I think we're at an impasse, and we will move forward. We've got, hopefully we can find the person that we're going to find some time to get this legal opinion. And now I'm going to let Patrick, who has been patiently waiting. Go ahead, Patrick.
I don't want to preempt any of the commissioners if anyone has to comment. I just,
No, I don't. Does
Thank you.
anybody else want to comment on the zoning issue, or are you good? Yeah, I think everybody kind of struggled with it some yesterday, and we all said at the end of the day, we probably need more and more interpretation to help us get our brain around us, our collective brain.
Mr. Hegney, when you come back, are you going to be able to address the building area concern that was raised in the staff report about the subterranean basement or the first floor basement?
Yes, I ran over that briefly with Mr. Rydberg, and we have fill, at least 3 feet of fill over all areas of the property, and I think that's what you were getting at. But if we can discuss this offline, I'll be happy to provide a clarification on that.
Yeah, it's specifically subsection B of the definition of 7 there, the building area. So I think that's the applicable one in this case, because we're not dealing with green area on this parcel. So it would seem to me it would be a commercial project, commercial zone. So building coverage, lot coverage are the defining factors there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because it doesn't talk about the 3 feet. If I look at that definition 7, it doesn't mention the 3 feet of friable, does it?
It does in A, and again,
But not.
But then it excludes it for purposes of lot coverage or green area. This is more of a question of encroachments into the setback, which I think is generally going to be listed, number B, not number 2, excuse me, is that distinction.
Well, it may encroach within the required setback if it complies with all of the following conditions.
You're reading B right now. You're saying.
I'm reading B,
Yeah.
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 So, 75% of the roof structure shall have sufficient earth to support natural vegetation.
Right.
The maximum grade, etc.
Yeah.
I'm not
happy
seeing, I'm not seeing any reference here to the friable,
No,
which is what Mr. Hegney is rooting it on.
he was referring to subsection A, is what I
Right,
understand.
but B doesn't refer to it, and if you think B is what's applicable here,
I'm again, Mr. Hegney, will happy to meet and talk about it.
Okay.
I just want to.
Yeah, that would
Alright.
be helpful. Yeah, I was following the way we had handled it for the project over at the corner of Sheep Hill
Sheep
and
Hill.
and East
so
Putnam.
in fact, Sheep
That's
Hill
a
was
good
done
reference
with,
point. Yeah.
so, but Mr. Hegney's right. I very distinctly remember we did 3 feet of friable on Sheep Hill.
Yeah, and again, Sheep Hill was I don't want to say clearly, but it was definitely below grade here. This project, obviously, with the topography, is different, and so, but that's a good reference point.
So it's only partially below grade. I hadn't thought of that. Okay, I'll
Yeah.
let you guys, I'll stop asking because it sounds like you'll work it out, Patrick.
Yeah.
And tell us what the right answer is. Okay, let's go to Beta and DPW and all of that. So Mr. Hegney, what I'm reading, and Patrick, help me out here. I'm reading Beta as saying, the Beta report has that typo, 118 spaces, but Beta doesn't disagree with 118 spaces.
No, I think they actually say that ITE manual would make it consistent. So well, not to.
They say Beta's okay with the 118 parking spaces being proposed for the site. Now, my only question to you on this is, we know that there is a parking problem right in that area. So that building must be self-sufficient for parking if it's going to happen, because we know the whole issue with the Delamar.
Yeah, and there are probably other uses that are also parking over there.
Yes.
But yes.
Well, good point, because when there's an event anywhere like at the Bruce, most of the park events at RSB are on weekends, so it wouldn't be an issue. But when there is any kind of event, a town event on a weekday, it all fills up. And this building has to be self-sufficient. So the question for me with Beta would be, we cannot rely for this building on off-street parking at all.
No, and I don't see Mr. Hegney's report
as
saying that I think that the comment was, and Mr. Hegney can obviously speak for himself, but I think the comment was that they are providing on-street parking, which is different from the prior plan where there wasn't the spaces that are being provided on the street.
Right, we were just supplementing the existing parking spaces. We're not counting them as parking spaces that we need for our building. We're just providing that to the general public.
In other words,
by eliminating curb cuts.
Yeah, those 7 spaces on what I will call Davenport West or East, sorry.
East.
Those are spaces that are not in your calculation of the 118.
That's correct.
Right.
And they would be available to the neighborhood to address the issue that the chair brings up in terms of the lack of public parking.
Okay, now you were saying, I kind of found this, and maybe Nick's not here, so we won't get his view on it. The spacing between talking about the intersection site distances. They are saying that the spacing between the proposed garage driveway and the Davenport intersection must meet the town's minimum requirements, or should. And I'm having this is.
And since we just received those comments yesterday,
got it. Okay.
I did review them with Mr.
Okay.
Rydberg today,
Okay,
and we did sent over a revised
missed it. Stuff that comes
set.
today. Nope.
No, it just went to staff a little while ago, but it was showing a driveway that had been relocated
Okay,
to the south
okay,
and meet that 50-foot distance, and that sketch also shows the second vehicular access to the garage, which
Okay.
is what the fire marshal had requested.
okay. Now the other things on the site access, which, the sidewalk, you need to keep the sidewalk in the public right of way.
I have a form for that,
Okay,
and it comes up regularly. I hadn't submitted it with this application, but we're certainly happy to provide a sidewalk easement to the town for any portion of the sidewalk that is on our
Okay.
property.
18 spaces, okay. That was interesting, by the way, very interesting about the speed limits, because we've been talking about that a lot in town. It was interesting that we got those numbers. The speed,
and
the actual
th-
traffic speeds.
That's a very helpful study to conduct,
Yes,
so that you actually know how fast are those cars coming down the street, notwithstanding whatever the speed limit sign says, and do you have enough of a distance of sight to be able to judge the cars that are coming at you, and see the cars that are coming at you. So that is a very valuable study to conduct.
so that's an interesting thing though, because what it also tells you is to look at your sight distances in terms of the average travel speed.
Yeah, real
So,
speed, right?
right, so it's a good thing to, I mean, we went through this when we did the Central Middle School a great deal. But that's a good thing to be looking at, because they say they're asking you here how you came up with the number you have in number 4. So just circle back to us on that, because we're very interested in getting that right, because there is a lot of pedestrian traffic right in this area. And we had another application recently, which you may have heard, for at Binney Park. And sure enough, right after we heard it, I was with a group of people that almost, their little kid almost got hit by a car, because again, they're exceeding the speed limit. So look at what the stopping distance is. I mean, look at the ISD here.
Yeah,
And
we
he's
have
fine with all
provided
that.
that in a
Okay.
number of projects over the years
Okay,
to show what the actual speed on the road is.
Yeah.
Sometimes it works where you need more sight distance. This is a local road would only need a sight distance of 150 feet. What we
so,
found is it should be more than that, and that's what we're providing as
oh,
part
but
of
so that's the other thing
this
Beta's
project.
asking you is Beta doesn't know where you got the 150. So just address it.
Yeah,
I
that-
mean, you
that-
know, we're
yeah.
on this. The
I've
site
discussed that
distances.
with
Okay.
Labella, and
Um,
we can provide that to them.
Before you do the easement on the sidewalk, I'd like Patrick or Tracy or someone to just talk to DPW and just see which way they want to go on that, because I don't know if they'll have a problem with it.
I run into it regularly
Okay.
when the commission's involved in it or not, where they're asking for easements, and
Okay,
we provide them.
okay. Does anybody have any other comments on the rest? Arn?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to flag one issue. Now, you probably won't have the information, but when you come back the next time, we had an extensive discussion on when you were redoing the main Berkeley building regarding the generator. You ended up with a diesel generator, and you put it in the building, so you weren't able to put pollution control devices on it in terms of the type of generator that we would prefer. Now, as you know, in this building, you're going to put the generator on the roof. On the backside, you've got residences who are obviously very concerned about noise and pollution. So I would strongly encourage you, because you won't have a height problem on the roof, considering a EPA compliant Tier 4 final diesel generator, which is what Arnold Bakery agreed to a couple of years ago. And if you're not able to do that, we really want some cogent reasons as to why you can't do it.
Well,
Thank
we
you.
do have our mechanical engineers involved, and we'll have an answer for you on that.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? All right, let's go to public comment, and we have the first speaker is Kate Jakevich from the Greenwich Tree Conservancy. If you would go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, thanks for recognizing me. My name is Kate Jakevich. I'm the Executive Director of the Greenwich Tree Conservancy. While reviewing this project, I noticed a substantial number of trees and shrubs being proposed for planting, but I'm very concerned about the lack of clarity surrounding tree removals. Upon looking at the plan, such as the main development level plan, I observed several inconsistencies in how trees are labeled in the documents. In multiple instances, trees are marked with symbols that indicate that they will be preserved, but their locations fall directly beneath proposed new building footprints. The symbols indicating tree removal are virtually identical to the symbols indicating tree preservations on these development plan documents. This mislabeling creates confusion and makes it difficult to accurately determine which trees are actually slated for removal. There are some trees that actually I'm still unclear about whether they'll stay or be removed due to this mislabeling confusion. The lack of transparency in tree removal is especially troubling when it comes to the corner lot of where the existing dwelling would be demolished for this project. The house currently in place at this location is surrounded by beautiful mature trees, many more than a foot in diameter. These trees have been part of the landscape for decades. Beyond their aesthetic value to the neighborhood, they provide important environmental benefits such as floodwater and erosion mitigation, air quality improvements, and mitigation of the urban heat island effect. We strongly urge that the applicant be required to provide updated and accurate plans that clearly indicate which trees are proposed for removal. The community deserves transparency and the opportunity to provide informed input on these permanent changes to their natural landscape. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So Mr. Hegney, if you would take note of that, those seem like very good points.
I have. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Our next speaker is Lisa. And if you would just spell your full name for the court reporter, ma'am, before you start.
Hi, yes, Lisa. It is Lissa, Pasternak, Pasternak.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I assume the court reporter has that. Okay, ma'am, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for recognizing me, and thank you, Madam Chairman, for bringing up the parking issue. And I just want to go on record to reiterate that I live on Davenport. I'm the one that did the proposal for the neighborhood for the permit parking, which we were not able to get, and we still struggle every single day with parking issues. There's not enough parking even for the residents on the street. We're struggling with commuters. We're struggling with Delamar employees parking every single day on our street.
Absolutely. I've seen it.
And we even had somebody come work on our house. I had nowhere to move my car because their truck has to be in the driveway. Now I have nowhere even to put my own car on my own street. So I just wanted to go on record and reiterate again to implore the panel to really consider having the stricter parking spaces with the zoning, because any overflow will come onto our street, even though they're proposing that they're going to get rid of the curb cutouts and they're going to create 7 more spots. That doesn't mean those 7 spots are going to be for Davenport residents. That means that it's going to be taken up by anybody that can get to them. So
Yes, only today we had someone park in front of the fire hydrant.
Mr. I'm assuming this is, Mr. Pasternak, if
Oh, sorry,
that's,
this is, yeah, this is my husband, Eric Sang.
okay, well, see, he wasn't even a Pasternak.
No, not
S-A-
even.
S-A-N-G?
T-S-A-N-G, yes.
T-A.
T-S?
T-S-A-N-G. Okay,
Correct.
Mr. Singh, go ahead.
Yes, I was going to just reinforce her point by saying, even today we had someone just parking in front of the fire hydrant, which is obviously a huge safety issue. So we have a number of people, and I think the last person who was speaking about parking talked about he didn't think there was a parking problem, but that person doesn't live on this road and see all these people parking on the road every day.
Okay, all right. All right, thank you both. So noted. I think we knew because we use that area of town, all of us, so we all knew that the parking gets tight.
Yeah, thank you.
But to be honest, you can say that about a lot of parts of town right now. And as Mr. Yeski always reminds us, the alternative can be worse, which is your town that's dying on the vine. Our town is prospering economically, but sometimes the price is high. Thank you very much, both. All right, Mr. Conway, you're one application early.
Well, I'm talking because I'm on the RTM with the health area, and we have had complaints here and there, but from time to time, down on Steamboat Road area, the air conditioning units that are on the roofs of the buildings, they're not enclosed. And what I'm talking about is having a wall around them. I know you need to have the top off, but the sides with soundproofing. And what's happening is that sound is traveling. And I would just ask the committee if you'd look at the sound ordinance and just check it to make sure that these buildings are compliant to that new ordinance that's just been passed.
Okay, so you
Thank you.
actually have only done a first read on that new ordinance at the RTM, and you have not actually moved it forward. One of the reasons that happened, Patrick, correct me if I'm wrong, but what happened was, Mr. Conway, that the RTM was having trouble understanding some of the language in that new ordinance, and I think
Yeah, that's correct. Because the way you measure sound, either from the ground or wherever, they differed on that, and they want clarity on that.
Right. So we're very aware of this. The problem is that the application that Berkeley has before us at the moment is for a different building and not for the existing building. And we asked them specifically earlier on this, and they will shield this building, but they have not done anything with the previous
one.
Okay. And they've said they're not going to do the work at this point. So don't go away, because we'll see you soon.
I hang around for sure. Thank you.
Bye. All right. Francia Alvarez is next. And she'll be the last speaker. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, I just need to confirm that we're talking about Greenwich Woods. I just came into the.
No, we're not talking about
Not
Greenwich
yet.
Woods. We're talking about Berkeley. Greenwich Woods will be, if you're lucky, we'll do it before dinner, but
Okay.
I kind of doubt it.
Thank you, sorry.
Thanks, Francia. We should probably have a sign somewhere that says what application, like the
Yeah,
legislature.
we need like a
does.
scoreboard or something, you know?
Well, the legislature has this thing currently, currently the Senate is discussing. Okay, that's it for the public comment. So we all have our homework to do. Mr. Hegney, did you want to close with anything? I think we
Well, I
left
just,
it.
a couple of the comments by the Tree Conservancy representative. We're adding many more trees than are being removed. This is a site that is primarily building in asphalt, and we are making sure that this is going to be much greener than what exists there now. Concern about parking, we believe that this will increase the availability of parking for the residents on Davenport and not result in any need for off-street parking by people utilizing this building. And Mr. Conway's right. The AC units on these buildings right now are not protected at all.
On the
And
existing ones.
Yes, on the existing ones, and that we will be providing sound attenuation and enclosures
Oh, I
for the
wish you had
mechanical
done that.
equipment.
Okay, but on the old ones, are you gonna do it anytime soon?
We're looking to see if there's anything can be done now, as prior to beginning construction of what was approved by the commission a year or so ago.
And just so you know, one of the issues for the RTM was that did you follow that whole discussion at all?
Yes.
Is that the noise waves fall, and the way the ordinance has you measure the sound doesn't provide the information on how much really is reaching the adjoining neighbors. But the new ordinance is of a technical complexity that the RTM said we need an expert to help us with this, which is kind of how we felt about lighting as well. So yeah, so it would be great if we didn't have to do the new ordinance. And
we're looking at what was suggested and seeing if there is a better way to address this.
Yeah, the town has to get a consultant. The neighbors continue to be upset and have been for a very long time, as you know. Okay, so if we have something before we see you again, I think at this point we might share that, Patrick. I don't know if that would be the right process, but I want to have a good dialogue about how we're interpreting the state statute and how we see our own regulations. I'm still having trouble with Mr. Hegney's colored little presentation versus how we have the zoning statistics done, how I see it. So maybe we can cover that once again at a different meeting. All right, anything else from anybody on this application? No, okay. So thank you very much, Mr. Hegney. You're not staying, as I recall.
I will see you shortly.
Okay. All righty. Our next application, do you want to, oh, there's Mr. Brower already. Our next application, actually, Mr. Brower, would you be all right with us combining the next two applications?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, so for the record, Mr. Basili, applications 5 and 6 will be combined. Application 5 is the zoning map amendment to rezone a part of this, of a P zone parcel to LB at 75 East Putnam Avenue. This is the part that's behind the Toyota dealership. Tracy, I'm sorry, you've had your hand up for a while. Did you need to speak right now?
Nope, took care of it. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, the second application is for a final coastal site plan and special permit for a 1,024 square foot addition and some renovation work in the customer waiting area, et cetera, as well as enclosing an 852 square foot service drop-off area. This would exceed the 40,000 cubic foot volume in a business zone. This is at 75 East Putnam Avenue in the LB Coastal Overlay Zone and Post Road Impact Overlay Zone, and of course the former P zone, if that was approved. This is, for those of you who don't know, it's for the Toyota dealership. And with that, we will start. Mr. Brower, Eric Zambell has his hand up. Shall I let him in?
Yes.
Is he with you? Okay. All right. And SE Minor has their hand up. I don't know how much we're going to talk to the SE Minor issues, but up your call.
Okay.
And then SE Minor, hello, Mr. Zambell. SE Minor, when you join the meeting, kindly indicate your name. Kindly rename yourself. Okay, they're there. Okay, so Mr. Brower, we are ready to go.
Okay. Good evening. For the record, Eric Brower on behalf of Toyota. This is we had a pre-app on this last year, and I did listen in yesterday to the briefing session, and obviously we're prepared to speak to several of those items that were discussed at the briefing, and we've heard from neighbors as well as you have. We were hoping to have had a meeting with the engineering division before tonight's meeting, but we were unable to do so. So it appears that unfortunately we'll have to continue this in order to be able to address the engineering concerns on drainage until the September meeting. But I think it would be productive to discuss some of the other items that came up at the briefing so that we can get those out of the way or further addressed. The concerns, the discussion that I heard and have seen from neighbors relate primarily to lighting and to noise. And so there's two updates to that. One is confirmed with Mr. Steen and his managers that the outdoor intercom system will not be used any longer. They're going to, yes, I think we're all happy with that. So they will rely on either cell phones, walkie-talkies, or internal communication.
Seriously. Yes. Okay. So
no noise. And the other thing in the pictures that were submitted by the Laughlin Park Community Group, we don't argue with. Those are the existing condition today. We agree that they're intrusive, and the plan that we are proposing and has been reviewed by ARC will result in a fully compliant lighting plan. And that means it will comply in terms of not only lumens on site and at property boundaries, but also in terms of shielding light sources, having them at heights that there isn't a line of sight that will spill or direct to off-site properties, and have cutoff shields. So
just a question on this.
Yes.
Can someone share the pictures? Because it's an interesting thing. Some of it is not even how much the lighting is going into other people's windows, but that you see these huge beacons of light on this commercial property that backs onto the residential, as it backs into the residential. And our concern yesterday was that even with the 14-foot tall poles, even if there wasn't spillage at ground level of the pole, there would be spillage because the property behind it is, I don't know, 10 feet lower, roughly. And also the angle at which you're looking up, you would still see those beacons. So if Tracy, you could just run everybody by those. I guess it's Tracy. She's looking for it.
Yeah, I gotta track them down. Hold on one sec.
These
They
the neighbor
did not
pictures.
get uploaded to your OneDrive
The
yet. So let me
neighborhood,
find
yeah,
them
the
another way.
neighborhood pictures. No, yeah,
Came
Patrick
in
may,
around 2 o'clock, I think.
yeah, and Patrick may have it handier because thought it came in earlier. I have 10:08 and 11:14. Yes, I wrote him at, yes, 10:22 a.m. this morning is the email you received, Tracy. Okay, scroll to the third picture.
I've got to use a Mac to find the email. Sorry. So it takes a
That's
little
right.
bit longer.
You got it. You got it. You're
Oh,
good.
it's not me. Somebody else found it.
Okay, somebody did it. It's good. That's what I'm worried about because that photo is taken from a residential property. So even if you reduced the lighting, if you have those tall poles, you see the height differential? Are you still gonna have that impact of spotlights, those big lights? Yes, you're gonna shield it. We had the same fight with the Parks Department when they did the paddle court lighting, because you can see them from clear across the park.
All right. So
Yeah, keep scrolling just so everybody sees what we're talking about. This is the sides of houses. Look how you see behind, go up there. I think this is Sachem Lane. Go up one, up the other. Oh, there you go. That's a good one. This is the concern.
Is that taken from the park?
I can't quite see the building.
It can't be. It can't be from the park.
The neighbors are here. They can tell us. I can't quite make out the angle. So there you go. There's the side of the building. There's somebody's picnic table. Back up, back up. You're going too fast. Okay, so there's somebody's picnic table and there's the lights on the building. I don't know if those are pole mounted or those the building lights, but this is what we talked to you about when you came for the pre-app, but we didn't have images. Scroll down again. Okay. I think we got the, oh wait, go up to the one of the, this is an interesting one. Look at what you see from someone's house. Okay, go ahead, go down. Oh, one more, go back. That's kind of astounding, isn't it?
Is this Mr. Conway's house?
I don't know. I know that Lockland Park Association took it, and in their letter, it says, Peter Lowe, that 25 different households, no, 25 addresses and 30 households, because some of the photos, and that's why I couldn't quite figure out the angle. The Greenwich Communities has a building on Cross Lane, and that's a two-fam. So they counted the two families that are on the top of Cross Lane. So the lighting apparently reaches through the trees in winter to go to Cross Lane as well as Sachem Lane. All right, I think we've probably shown, so that's what we're talking about. Unclear to me if you have any pole lighting at all, whether
Yes.
it's going to satisfy. Unclear. And what we kept saying yesterday, Mr. Brower, is why can't you do infrared?
Okay, so the short answer to that is there's a number of hours that the property is going to be in operation after sundown, like for probably 5-6 months of the year, that in fact lighting is going to need to be provided for, aside from theft deterrent and the like. But let me back up. But
Okay, so
what I
let's
said-
back up. That is a very much lower level of light. That's not a 14-foot pole that you need.
Okay, could we
from-
just, so
Yeah, there's a lot of emotion on this one because I've been stopped by neighbors for 20 years.
well, and that's all legitimate. I began my comments by saying we don't dispute the photographs. We don't find it an acceptable condition. And following the pre-app, we prepared and submitted a detailed lighting plan. The good result of the product and the time and energy you spent on the lighting plan is that we now have a emotion-free, very technical regulation that addresses these concerns. So specifically, virtually every picture that was shown in terms of light sources the light was emanating from building-mounted wall pack lights directed towards the neighbor, unshielded, and pointing out to the property lines. So that is not permitted. That is not part of the plan. The lighting that is going to replace that, we will have pole mounted, and in several locations, it's going to be located at the property line, aimed back into the area that's going to be illuminated. So the pole lights are not going to be aimed at the residential properties, and the current lighting is much more sophisticated, what we're proposing, than what's been there for years in terms of shielding light sources with cutoffs or recessed bulbs. It's very technical, and the Lumen plan bears out what these conditions will be. So that is going to go away, as I said. So sound and noise, totally emotional issues. I agree with you, but we fortunately have your regulation that we can design and comply with in order to protect the neighbors. So
Okay, I want to do a little more venting. After we met in the briefing yesterday, I drove by a dealership that has Italian cars that cost several $100,000, and it's not lit. So I'm even wondering why you need security lighting at all.
we will have,
I'm just asking you the question, given the modern technology, why do you even need security lighting when I see a row of very expensive vehicles parked in semi-darkness somewhere else in town, and they don't have pole lighting. They aren't providing security lighting. And, you know, one of their cars is worth probably 8 of these. So I'm just saying, are you, given that this is a special permit, are you going far enough in what you're doing to be respectful of the neighborhood?
I haven't finished, so I'd be glad
Okay.
to go on. So that,
Oh, yeah, I can keep going too, because I mean, this has been an issue for a long time in the neighborhood. I restrained myself at the briefing yesterday, but I'm not doing well right now. Go
okay.
ahead.
Well, fortunately, we have a chance to fix it all for everybody's
Okay.
benefit. So to begin with, any lighting that's on, whenever it is on, will comply with your regulation clearly. Secondly, we will have other certain areas of lighting on timers so that if it doesn't need to be on, it's not going to be on. So we're not going to have all lighting. We also are going to have lighting that's going to dim to only what would be necessary for safety. And then finally, yes, there will be the opportunity to use either motion detected or infrared lighting in order to provide the security without having lights on, unless it's triggered by somebody who's trespassing on the property. So those are all components that will be added to the plan for your review and approval. So we have every intention of having around the clock adjustments to reduce or eliminate any impact on the neighbors. So it is going to be a night and day change from what we've had there over the years.
Okay. I'm going to let Mr. McRae and Mr. Lowe comment because I think they're on this topic as well. Go ahead, Mr. McRae.
Mr. Brower, dimmers, timers, cutoffs, so on and so forth. This is something that you're stating, so I think making notes here. It seems to me actually, and I just realized the wall packs that are on the building right now can be seen from Laughlin Park. That's absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Now, on the landscape plan, lighting landscape plan that I have in front of me, in the back inventory parking area, there's 5 new fixtures on 14-foot poles and 3 wall packs on the buildings. I'd like to see the wall packs, it seemed to be the most egregious, removed completely. And you add in maybe 1 or maybe 2 more on a pole and reduce the 14 feet down to 10. Based on what you have just explained to us, it's an inventory area. It needs to be lit for employees, but it doesn't need to be overlit because it's storage of cars and parking for employees. Am I correct in that? There's nobody going back there other than the employees.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. As you go to the front, you have actually 14-foot poles. Are they existing? Those poles the heads are being remounted?
Those are taller. The existing poles are taller than that presently. Those are proposed to be lowered.
Okay, so we're looking at a 14-foot new pole.
Or reduced, yes.
Okay, great. Again,
I would
suggestion.
guess that the current ones are 20, Nick, but I'm only guessing.
Yeah, whatever.
Right.
Okay. What I would suggest is that, again, reduce it to 10 and add 1 or 2 more. And then the
Or
most,
not.
or not. And then the most egregious is removing the lighting systems that are on the actual service poles. I don't believe that those had been accounted for in your lumen plan. And that's the real problem, I think, that we are seeing. At the front, along the post road, you have your internal lighting. You have this pole-mounted lighting that shines on your property, or the applicant's property, and the street lights. It seems that we're having overkill here, and I would think that if this is a security issue, I'd love to see how many cars or car parts have been stolen off this lot in the past year, because it just seems to me we're lighting this for basically showing off the cars. And as Chairwoman just said, up the street, not too far away, we have very, 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 very expensive cars that do not have light on them whatsoever.
So to that, and to answer that, there is lighting, street lighting on the street, and then there are lights within the right of way on Eversource poles that have lights that you've seen and ARC observed. They are on 2 poles, but they're part of at least 7 lights on the subject and adjoining properties that have been there for decades. So those, the white or rectangular looking fixtures that you'll see up there do provide light onto the site. And they also provide lighting for the sidewalk. So
no, they do not, Mr. No, they do not. They are specifically focused on the property.
Okay, so
they do not light the sidewalk. There are street lights that light the sidewalk.
Okay.
2 of them,
We
one on
don't
both
need
corners.
the extra Eversource lights, that extra lighting that Nick was talking about yesterday, not needed for the sidewalk.
They were
It's not-
installed decades ago. By whom? Because this dealership's been here for a while. It's time for them to come down with this new lighting plan.
Okay, so what we need to coordinate into the lighting plan is to assure that without those lights, that there is in fact adequate light on the sidewalks. So you can.
No, you don't need to do that.
Not
I
your
already
job.
said it. It's not your job. You need to actually provide and conform to the site lighting
We
of the
will
property.
provide with the site lighting. Your own regulations do address that in instances where there's adjacent right of ways, that the amount of lighting takes into account for safety and travel on those sidewalks. So we just want to make sure we're not throwing out all of the lighting that may or may not be required for safety. So we're happy to work with you on that. The intent is not to get extra lighting that would go beyond what's permitted by the regulation.
Oh, it's not getting it. It's already there. It needs to be
getting rid of it.
We're getting rid of it.
All right. So we've submitted a lighting plan that's designed to comply with the regulations. That's our goal. It will in fact do that. And we will account for how that works out on to the street. So you do need to make sure there is adequate lighting on a sidewalk. So that's not subjective, that's technical, that can be measured, and we'll make sure that it's provided for. I don't think you want an unsafe condition, nor does Toyota, and we don't want to overlight the neighborhood. So we agree 100% with you on that.
So, Mr. LaRoe, just a question to you. When the lighting plan is reviewed, given the special permit standards, one of the things that we want is that, does it that 617D, and is there a way, do we need an outside expert to review the submitted lighting plan to ensure the protection of the residents? Or do we have enough internal expertise to make sure that there is not going to be spillage? Because my fear is we have one shot at this. Only one shot. Now, obviously, we're going to condition it. I'm going to ask that we not grant a CO until we are satisfied with the results, et cetera. We would condition all this, but we're going to have one shot because Toyota has been asked for countless years to reduce the lighting. without success. So right now they're before us and we got the shot. Do we have the expertise to ensure that the neighborhood is protected?
Well, we have the expertise. I think what the commission can do to help that in the interim is make the specific directions. I hear things about the height of the poles and things like that. Those things, and I'm not saying that this application does that yet, but applications could meet all the technical specs and
Bingo.
still the situation that you saw in those pictures where you're looking up at a light could exist, which doesn't eliminate the situation. So if those sort of they're not loopholes, but they're just areas where there's a specific situation.
Where your goal, your regulations are being met, but there's still intrusion from the commercial use onto the residential property, even though your regulations being met. It's how to ensure that when you're sitting at your kitchen table, as in that picture, you're not staring at spotlights.
So
A lot of those residents, those houses were in way before the Toyota dealership. So it is.
No, I understand. Yeah, that's not, it's not, we're not talking about pre-existing conditions at all or anything like that. With new lighting, it's the current regulations. But again, if there's a steep incline and a light is at the top of the hill and you're at the bottom and you can see that bulb, the experience is going to be
bingo.
Going to see it. The measurements though may show differently. So if that concern
That's the goal
is there, we need to direct the applicant to mitigate that to the greatest extent possible that the commission thinks is necessary. And that can happen now. To your other point about one bite at the apple, I don't totally agree with that. There's the proposal and then there's the execution and then there's the follow-up. So there's a hypothetical here, right? They say what's going to meet the regulations. They've done their diligence on the proposal. They put it in. Things are not installed correctly, or there's other factors that come out there and we do measurements and we find out that they don't comply, then there's remedies that way too. So it's not done in that sense because we have specifics that need to be met. So if there's violations that happen, even in the earnest of making an application comply, we still can go out there and find the issue and address it.
Yeah, except that I can give you the historic issue that this neighborhood. Okay, we're going to go. Mr. Lowe and then Mr. Yeski. I see your hand, Mr. Yeski.
Thank you.
Okay, but hold on a second.
Okay.
Mr. Lowe's first.
Yeah, recognizing some overlap with Mr. McRae's questions, does there exist any demonstrated security need for any of the lights? Number one. And do you have any data relative to the incidence of thefts or vandalism at this dealership?
Yes, so we can provide, we do have the managers put together an incident report of events that have taken place over the last 5 years in terms of cars that were jacked up, wheels stolen, and or vehicles that are stolen.
And given the arguably Klieg-like quality of the existing lights that you have, how did all this take place?
Well, because it's not cameras. They're not identifying the people. That's why I was saying infrareds would do you so much more good because you'd know exactly who was in your lot.
Anyway, okay, well, but I think it would be useful to, I mean, can you share some of that data now or you don't have it off the top of your head or?
Well, not off the top of my, I can give it to you, give it to staff
When you come
tomorrow.
back. No, when you come back.
Yeah,
The
okay.
point of it, right, so, but well in advance of when we come back. And again, we've already agreed with you, it's not necessary to have all night lighting in order to achieve what our goals are in terms of theft protection, but as well as safety. So it's going to be a whole combination of things. And to respond back to the concerns of matter that Patrick was talking about and the topography, we can have our lighting experts show by diagram and section how it relates to topography. It's very simple in terms of the height of a pole. We know by the design of that fixture where the shield, where it's going to cut off. So you can place it certainly on the top of a wall to see how topography affects that with the adjacent properties. Again, the situation you have there today is absolutely night and day different from what is being proposed. And again, we have the beauty of your regulation that happens to be super technical that accounts for all things. So whether you have a wall pack or a 10-foot or an 8-foot pole or 14, that all is accounted for in the lumen plan, the spread of the light and with the intensity. You lower a light, you need either more lights or a brighter light. So it's a give and take for how to properly light and with the least amount of fixtures, and to make sure in all cases there's no intrusion on adjoining properties.
Right.
So,
At the risk of continuing to beat this dead horse, it would be great if when you come back, you do provide specific rationale for specific lighting fixtures and areas in the presentation.
mm-hmm.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right.
Mr. Yeski. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, Mr. Yeski, please.
Listen, I have a small suggestion that may or may not work. Can we condition this to say you have to do all the lighting and it has to be approved by the staff and the commission before you do what you want to do, which is the customer service areas? Is that something that we're allowed to do? I get myself in trouble sometimes, but what they really want is the service areas. What we really want is the lighting fixed totally. So condition it to say, you have to do all this lighting, not on a plan. You can approve the thing, but condition it when you go to do the work. You have to do the lighting and get
Yeah, what we could do is prior to zoning permit, I think we could do that, Patrick. We can just do the lighting be done prior to full zoning permit for the application. Does that
I was
work
going
for you?
beyond that. I wanted them to do all the work before they do the
Yes.
service.
So
area.
they can't do any of, or prior to building permit if you want, they can't do anything.
You need permits to do the work, so that's not gonna.
Okay, so
No, you can
is
do-
there a way that we could write it so they get 2 sets of permits and they do the lighting first and then?
Well, I think what Dennis is describing is a phased approach, and so
Yes.
part A is done, then part B. That can be, if the commission wants to spell that out, that's possible. Again, that's up to the commission how they want to.
Well, the new physical structures, if they're not in place and they're going to be one of the components or one of the areas where lights may be attached or near, you wouldn't necessarily get the benefit of fully understanding what it's going to be like once the construction is completed.
Yeah, my only pause is that the customer service bay may have lights on it or lighting part of it that will necessitate the building to be there.
I think
It's ultimate-
the key for the neighbors is gonna be the inventory lighting,
Sure.
as well as that front of the lot lighting that Mr. McRae brought up. That's gonna be the key. So what Mr. Yeski's saying is the parts of the lighting that have been the most egregious, that those be in place before, right, Dennis?
Yeah, before they do
Okay.
any real work on the customer service areas, because that's what they really want, and they're not fixing the lighting. And that's egregious, that word again. So we really want to see them fix the lighting totally before they get what they want.
Yeah, I'll leave it to the applicant to explain why that may not work logistically, but I don't see an issue with the commission saying do this, then that.
Okay.
Okay, good. Mr. McRae, your hand's back up.
Yeah, let's get back to the landscape plan.
Okie dokie.
Mr. Brower, let's talk about the landscape on the post road. We're doing stuff along the sides. Are you guys going to be removing the AstroTurf
Yes.
from the street?
Yes.
And what goes back in there?
Grass.
Okay, so the landscape plan would be updated to reflect that, correct?
That's been agreed to with presentation at the ARC. I don't know, Eric Sambell, do you want to comment on that representation?
Yeah, I'll just say it's in the right of way, so we might not have added it as something to the drawing, but we will add that based on the ARC and PNC.
I mean, to be totally honest with you, Mr. Sambell, that AstroTurf makes me cringe every single time I walk or drive by it. Anything would be better than that. It is just cringeworthy.
we're
Except for
showing,
possibly the plastic daffodils at a certain service station further down in town. But basically it is cringeworthy and it's always in really bad shape. It's just the whole thing. Okay.
it will be,
Somebody just raised their hand. Oh, Mr. Rockwell, the public's waiting to speak. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Brower. Sorry.
okay, so just to finish on that, yes, that is going to be grass. DPW made the comment, they want a grass strip. It will be a grass strip. And then as to the rest of the landscaping, we've had discussions with the neighbor. I've spoken with Don Conway as well as Clint Steen, and the situation in the back is going to be substantially improved with solid fencing and staggered evergreens, similar to what's on the Cross Lane side that was repaired and replaced more recently, and that has new fencing and very healthy staggered evergreens that are extremely effective on that. So that the evergreens and replacement fencing is going to go all the way around the back, which will benefit obviously all of those neighbors. The only point of discussion that we have left with Don is he had expressed an interest that some of the large pine trees that were actually planted as screening 50 years ago have now turned into fairly large mature pines, and he's concerned that they may, in a heavy storm, present a hazard to his property. So
we'd like an arborist report on
yes,
that.
I was going to say we've engaged an arborist who's likely be on site by tomorrow, and he will render an opinion on that, and we will abide by those findings to make sure it's safe. So either way, there will be screening, fencing, and safety. So we'll keep Don in the loop on that.
Mr. McRae.
Mr. Brower, the fencing is going to be, you're going to replace
the chain link with
the chain
wood.
link with the screen with stockade fence? That's what
Yes.
shows on the plan. Okay.
Yes, correct. So anywhere that's missing or in bad shape will be completely replaced.
Thank you.
Okay. Are you guys ready to go to the public for comment?
Sure.
All right. The first hand that was up is Ryan Rockwell. And it's been going up and down, which, as you guys know, Zoom does. And here he comes. And then it'll be Kate Jakevich, followed by Don Conway. Mr. Rockwell, if you would unmute and go ahead. Hello.
Hi, thank you for letting me in. My name is Ryan Rockwell. I live at 47 Sachem Lane, essentially directly behind the dealership, kind of in a...
Just as an introduction, he's married to the PTA lady that we saw at the Koskov school last week. Jennifer Rockwell, you remember her at the last meeting? She also is at this house. Okay, hello, Mr. Rockwell.
Yep, thank you for that, Madam Chairman, Chairwoman, sorry.
Whatever.
Yep, so I live in 47 Sachem Lane, essentially Don's neighbor. My house is kind of offset behind Don's by way of the lot, so we essentially have a direct view into the current lighting situation of the dealership. Some of those pictures were from our house. The current lights essentially have a direct shine into our second floor bedroom windows. So I think, as Mr. Brower kind of agrees, the current and the whole panel, really, the current situation has been quite a pain for us over the years. So by occupation, I'm actually an electrical engineer. I do work on heavy industrial facilities that have intense lighting studies. So I've seen the light intensity drawing, but that's really all I've seen. Now there's secondary studies that we have to do for certain helicopter landings, things of that, which is like a glare study, which essentially is what I think Mr. Brower was describing could be done to essentially prove via model that where the bulbs are at their current height, don't have a glare at the
That's what I was asking
topography.
for. That's
Yeah,
what I
so that-
wanted, Mr. Rockwell, is
Mhm.
even if you followed our regulations, what if the location of the lighting was such that you were still getting the glare? And so you're saying there's a second measurement you can do for that?
So it's in some of our industrial locations we have helicopter landings, so we have to do kind of a glare study to make sure there's not a blinding kind of effect based on the angle somebody's coming in at, the angle of the lights. So it's not exactly what we're talking about here, but I think you guys are probably
Trying to get there.
all become more technical experts than me on lighting, which is just part of my job. But yeah, essentially my concern would be, despite the lumen plan that shows there's no spillover, that the angle at which I'm at, which is again about 10 feet below the dealership, would still be looking up at the light. So what I would personally like to see to, I guess from a modeling standpoint, show that the future design doesn't have that same problem would be what Mr. Brower was describing, which would be model the actual bulb, the shielding, the angles, the topography, to say, essentially prove, before you build it all. Although I like the idea of building it first and then, using your eyeballs for it. But
we'll do that too.
So I appreciate everybody's work to making this better for us in the neighborhood, and the willingness to work with us. Thank
you very much, Mr. Rockwell. Kate Chukevich is next. And after that is Donald Conway.
Thank
and
you.
then Rick Holtz.
The Greenwich Tree Conservancy is disappointed by the current plan submitted for 75 East Putnam Avenue. At present, the property consists primarily of pavement and parked cars surrounding the dealership. Their proposed redevelopment would remove the few existing trees from the property. Of the 38 new trees to be planted, the applicant lists 2 red maples, 25 arborvitae, and 11 eastern hemlocks. These choices raise immediate concerns. Hemlocks in our region are under severe threat from the hemlock woolly adelgid pest and require regular chemical treatments to survive. Hemlocks are no longer recommended in our region for this reason. The heavy reliance on arborvitae also gives us pause. While these trees may be useful for screening, their limited canopy and shade offers little relief from the urban heat island effect caused by sunlight casting upon pavement. This site would benefit greatly from the addition of more large canopy deciduous trees. Shade trees such as red maples are far more effective in reducing surface temperatures, improving air quality, and creating a more visually appealing environment that is more in line with Greenwich aesthetics. We strongly recommend increasing the number of shade trees to better address the environmental challenges posed by this site. Doing so would not only improve the overall streetscape, but would also enhance the shopping experience for customers, especially during summer months. We hope the applicant will take this opportunity to incorporate more thoughtful and sustainable design choices that contribute positively to our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Don Conway is next.
Hi. I think Mr. Rockwell, Ryan there described the lighting situation. It is bad. It does show into all the bedrooms, that our bedrooms, basically the way the houses are built, our side windows go right to the whole area out there. What concerns me a little bit more, and I think you covered the lights, is the trees that are up there on the wall right now. Those pine trees that were put in many, many years ago are about 40 feet high, 40 to 50 feet high. My lot behind my house is approximately 25, maybe 35 feet. The trees are right on the top of the wall, which I'll remind everybody, 7 years after I moved in here in 71, that wall came down after 4 days of rain. And it came down because the ground they have about a 10-foot from the edge of the wall to the parking lot. It saturated the ground and it pushed the rocks. Now, when they rebuilt the wall, they did put a little bit of concrete in between, as you can see, but I wouldn't trust that with anything, especially after a 4-day rain. But what I'm talking about is those trees will go, if they come down and they're facing the north, they'll take off my yard and they'll take out the Rockwell's wall that they have and part of their house and possibly their cars because their driveway is right there. So the trees, they're pine trees. The roots are on the high part of the ground. They don't go deep. So a good wind out of the north and a good storm will bring them down. And I just feel, whoever buys this house after me is going to have to deal with the same thing if you leave the trees. So I would advise you, since you're spending the money on fencing and all the other stuff that's going on, I don't think it would cost that much additional to take out those tall pines and get rid of them once and for all. And then you don't have a problem. Because if you don't, I think I'm really going to have to maybe just talk to my attorney to find out what recourse I have in case these things come down. Because from what I understand, things that fall on your property, you're responsible for. Well, I know a hazard exists, and I don't want to be responsible for that hazard happening. So basically, that's my comment.
Okay. I think before you go, hold on just a second so I know. Share. Okay, here goes. All right. This is the miracle of technology, Mr. Conway. Okay.
Uh-huh.
All right. So there is your house.
That's the front of the parking lot. Just by you see the mail truck. That's my house right there.
Right.
The front of the Sachem Lane, we have about a 4 to 5 foot wall. If you go to the side view of my house, it goes up to about 11 to 12 feet, or if not even higher, as it goes towards the back of the house. It builds up higher and higher because my backyard is lower. So what I'm afraid of is those tall pines. In fact, you can see a couple of trees there that are up there fairly high. And I'm afraid if they come down, it's not just going to hurt my house, it's going to hurt the Rockwells. And I don't know if you want that.
Okay. All right. Okay, we got it. Okay, thank you very much. That was helpful.
Oh, by the way, one other thing. You did show a picture of a kitchen window. My neighbors, the Holses, they want to speak. They want to speak. Okay. That shot is from their window.
Okay, they're next.
Yeah, okay. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conway. Okay, so our next speaker is Rick Holtz, who has just been introduced by Mr. Conway. Mr. Holtz. If you would accept, Mr. Holtz. Mr. Holtz. Oh, there he goes. Okay, good. All righty, then just unmute and you'll be all set. All righty. There you go.
Okay. I thank Don Conway for the introduction. I think we've talked about the lighting sufficiently. You saw the picture, you saw the issue that we have with that. We have a little bit different issue than Don does with the wall. His concern primarily is the wall collapsing. The plantings, some of the plantings that are on top of the wall give us shading from the building. If you eliminate and don't replace those plantings with something or a higher fence, we are going to continue to see the top half of that building very clearly from that kitchen table that you saw earlier. So I do want to say that I had a meeting with Clint Steen recently. He was very receptive to the issue. I met with him 1.5 years, 2 years ago, and in fact, he responded to that by putting up new fencing. that helped a lot, but it's not high enough that if we lose the shading from some of the trees or other plantings, it's going to go back to being a view of more of the building than is
So the
really.
screening value of the fence. And how, do you have a sense of how tall that existing fence is?
I would say it's at least 6 feet.
Okay.
It could be as high as 8 feet, but it needs to be either higher or something put in screening that doesn't negatively affect the wall. So we have the light issue, but I think that's been well addressed.
Oh, yeah, I think we
We
beat
do have
that horse into the ground, didn't we?
Yeah. But we do have the additional problem of screening from that wall. Currently, it's not that great because several years ago, a number of the trees on the top of the parking lot back there were removed for safety purposes and so forth. But it will be a lot of the building that we'll be seeing if there's no screening from plantings and the wall is not raised, the fence is not raised. If the fence can be increased in height and some safe screening plantings put in along that area, it would be much appreciated.
Okay. And the wall belongs to Toyota, Mr. Brower?
Yes.
Okay. So one of the questions is, what kind of shape is that wall in? Because that's not in your plans, right, at the moment, to make sure that it's stable?
Well, it's an existing condition. Obviously, it's been there 50 years. We can have it looked at. The presumption is it's stable, but we can confirm that for you.
Thank you. Okay.
And we'll look at Mr. Holtz's, where he is in terms of what's old planting, new planting, and obviously if there's plants that have died, those are going to be replaced as well. So they'll be maintained.
Thank you very much, Mr. Holtz. I'm going to bring you back down to attendee. Okay, so that would be great. And consider also, because they haven't been here to speak, but that on Cross Lane, there are residents of Greenwich communities.
Mm-hmm.
So we want to be particularly careful that they also are being considered. Anything else from the commission? Okay, Mr. Brower, now that we're done beating you up, is there anything you want to close with?
Well, we will be back. Confirm, and if Eric Zambell has anything that will add that needs to be said tonight versus when we come back. But what we intend to do, obviously, is finalize the lighting plan that addresses all of those concerns to demonstrate that, in fact, it doesn't encroach, spill, or visible, regardless of topography, walls, or fence height. So that will clearly all be demonstrated. The screening, I think, is in keeping with what was originally required, and the goal obviously is to screen out the parking and any intrusion from the neighbors. So the arborvitae does effectively work very well. We can look at the hemlock if that's something that would be better served again by arborvitae or some other evergreen. But the idea is
I
to
think they're
maintain.
worried about winds and storm damage.
Well, yeah, so we're going to have our arborist look at that, and we'll share our results with Don. He's going to do his own checking, I guess. There are legal issues. I agree with him on that. And so we want everybody to be protected and have screening that's safe.
One other question, this is really for Mr. Leroux. That's the power line side of the post road. Did we have, in our aspirations for the post road, do we have any kind of plantings there in the AstroTurf?
No, because of the clear space. There's the 14-foot
Not
distance.
enough space, right? It's
Yeah,
a
we have to
very
stay off.
narrow, yeah, okay.
Yeah, and
So,
I think ARC looked at that, and
Yeah.
we are adding 2 new trees inside the property line that will be visible as part of the streetscape. Is that
well,
correct?
as you might guess, we're grabbing car dealerships when they come in
Mhm.
and asking them to participate in the post road tree planting.
So we are.
So, okay. So, but it's on the post road itself, okay. Does anybody have anything else? I think you're going to work on also this. I didn't really understand this issue with how the watersheds work on the property, but you're going to work it out with DPW.
Yes.
And one of the things you have to show them is whether or not they're not buying into your reduction in impervious. So I'm sure you're going to show them that.
Right. So that,
yeah.
so that'll be demonstrated, and we'll confirm where the water flows off-site. They have the area maps, and I believe SC Miners meeting with them tomorrow, so that we get that underway. Yes, Rachel's saying yes. So yes, that's key. We'll get that resolved.
Okay. All right. Okay. So we'll see you when you come back.
Okay. And we'll be happy to work with staff to confirm the kind of exhibits and demonstrations for lighting that we're doing, in fact, fits in with their mindset of how enforcement would take place and how we can convince you that, in fact, it does comply. So we won't wait till.
Well, two things on that. Consider going beyond compliance and the fact that it's special permit and that the POCD seeks to increase the landscape buffer between a commercial use and residential uses. And to shield the residential uses so people can enjoy their properties. So that's on the one side, just think about that. And the other thing is keep in the back of your mind, I didn't hear any protests to the idea that Dennis raised and Nick also raised, that what lighting work you can do prior to the expansion and the covering of the service drop-off, we would potentially ask you to do before you do that work. That we would like to see you put your money on the table first. Yeah, and that we might have you do this in phases.
We'll respond to that, definitely, in terms of the justification of what kinds of lighting, where, and for what purposes. Sure.
Great. Okay, thank you very much. So we'll see you when you come back.
Okie doke. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye now.
Is anybody hungry? It's 6:41. I know Mr. Hegney is waiting to come in, but it's 6:41. We might as well eat dinner now, and then because otherwise it'll be like 7:45 or something.
Brilliant idea, Madam Chair.
God, I knew I'd say something smart eventually. All right, Mr. Hegney, sorry, you'll have to come. Oh, we could let you in. Oh, he lowered his hand. Okay, you could let him in. He could be in. Okay, so it is 6:42. We are going to break for a half an hour, as is now our tradition. And we will be back in half an hour. And I am pausing the recording. So if
recording stopped,
if somebody just wants to make sure. So, hello, everybody. Eagle View Holding LLC is our next application for a final site plan and special permit to demolish an existing 217-bed skilled nursing facility and construct a 4-story, 170-unit assisted housing development where 30% of the proposed units would be designated as affordable. This is on a 15.893 acre property at 1165 King Street. Oh, and it'll have parking for 294 vehicles. Ms. Jenkins will recuse herself as she is also co-chair of the Affordable Housing Trust Board, and they have been involved in this. So we'll see you when we see you, Ms. Jenkins. And okay, I think we've got everybody. All right, so let's go with it. Hello, Mr. Hegney.
Good evening again, Madam Chair. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. This is the Greenwich Woods Nursing Home. As you mentioned, it was built in the 80s and added on to in the 90s a couple of times. to reach the 217 beds. We came to you on a earlier application. We had prior to that received wetland approval for the site as it's being presented to you tonight, and how it was submitted as part of the prior plan where you approved on a preliminary basis in December of 2023. Clients have also gone to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, which unanimously supported the project, and that included providing a loan to make this an assisted housing application. So our first plan that came before you was 215 units. As you mentioned, this is for 170, and it's for 4 stories. The original plan was 5. And part of that was the discussion that often these projects have with the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. How can you reduce the project size and height as part of us contributing to it and availing you of the assisted housing provisions? The building also steps back from King Street from what the original design was. The existing parking, or the proposed parking, I should say, has been retained. We're at about 1.7 parking spaces per unit based on the reduction of the units. 51 of these units will be affordable based on either AMI or 150% of SMI, whichever is greater. And that was contained in the letter from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. The main issue, I seem to have main issues bringing to you this evening. The main issue on this one is the sewer. The building is unique in that it is connected to the Westchester sewer system. And that was done in the 80s when the nursing home was constructed. There has been an extension granted, which takes us to December 31st, 2064. And
When Nick's granddaughter is going to be on the commission. Yes.
Yes. After our prior discussion with the commission, we went to Westchester County and had meetings with the environmental department there, with one of the folks in the main people in charge of the executive portion. We were not able to get all that far, although we haven't given up on that, and that those discussions will be ongoing. What we were looking for was 2 things. One was an increase in the flow, which would have been required if we had gone with 215 units rather than the 170, and an extension on the term so that the sewer connection with Westchester would be in existence more than 40 years after this building is actually constructed. The increased flows we have managed by through the reduction in terms of getting the support of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. The other benefit is we don't need to ask for an increase in the flow. We can provide for that and for the greens at Greenwich, which is also hooked in as part of this, because they were both built, both the nursing home and the assisted living facility were built by the same company. The question that the commission discussed yesterday, and that you received a report from CDM Smith, the consulting firm that the town relies on for really maintaining and improving its entire sewer system, was what happens if in 2064 the Westchester County connection is lost, and how can that be replaced? and maintain the 170 units in the building. And so SE Minor did prepare a proposal. They had initial brief discussions with people at the DEP, which would be the ones reviewing this. However, just as we ran across with the Greenwich American Center project, DEP is not going to look at these and take their staff time devoted to it unless they know that this is a project that is going to go forward and that they would need to approve. And what the alternate wastewater treatment facility would be is one that would be on site to remove solids and to treat properly for discharge, and then the discharge would go down to the Byram River. There are other facilities similar to this one that Sacred Heart has right next door. And Brunswick also has a similar kind of system for their facility, also on the east side of King Street. So staff did retain CDM Smith to review this. And in their report, they said they did not have an issue with the proposed flows, and that it would seem that the agreement with Westchester is sufficient for now. They suggested, and we very much agree with their suggestion, that extending the sewer agreement with Westchester would be the preferred choice. But they also looked at the proposed contingency plan. They said perhaps the structure that's needed to provide wastewater treatment might need to be a little bigger. They compared it to a project that they've worked on in Massachusetts that had a slightly bigger building. They want us to confirm that there are no impacts to the proposal because of wetlands. And I believe when we did this a while ago, we did have that property looked at, and it was determined that there were no wetlands there, but we can confirm that for the commission. And this area, roughly a little less than 4 acres, that's on the southern part of the property, was set aside as part of an alternative for the sewer connection when the nursing home was approved back in the 80s. So it's not that this site hasn't been designated as a potential replacement of that sewer connection. And so they've looked at the on-site alternatives, and their comment was that it appears reasonable that the force main and treatment that is being proposed, that was in the SE Minor proposal, it will, they found it to be reasonable in terms of an approach. The approach we would take with this, and which was taken as part of the extension that was just recently received a few years ago, is that starting in 2055, that we would explore further, if we've not been successful at this stage, an extension of the Westchester agreement. If that has not borne fruit by 2059, then the owner at that time would move ahead with the design of the alternate facility and take that to the DEP for their approval. There are a couple of other minor things. You received a letter from the Westchester Planning Department. They don't want to see anyone living around the airport because they get tired of all of the complaints they have from noise. They said, but if you're going to go ahead and approve it, please make sure that you have soundproof windows and that you're installing proper insulation, which is part of this project. Of course, they did go ahead and approve the Doral development of 1,000 units just immediately immediately to the south, and they have to deal with Belfair, which is right under the runway, right at the airport. There were engineering comments and traffic comments that I thought we had addressed, and I'll touch base with SE Minor, but I thought we had given all of the information that engineering was looking for to them after we had received the preliminary decision from you. So we did submit a presentation package. Rich Granoff, our architect for the project, is in attendance and would be happy to go over that with you if you'd like to hear about that at this time. Otherwise, that's all I have at this point, Madam Chair.
All right, Mr. McRae.
Mr. Hagney, you're in receipt of Rybrook's village attorney letter dated June 27th. This is from Keen and Bean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't see anything in there that was of concern, frankly.
Okay. And when you met with Westchester, who did you meet with, and when did you meet with them?
We met with the head of environmental services, and his name is escaping me, and also his assistant, and Joan McDonald, who is number 2 in charge in the executive offices of Westchester County.
Okay. Question for the SE Minor. What's the difference between MBBR system and the SBR system?
Nick, that's Commissioner, that's a great question. Basically, the MBBR system is a continuous process system, and the SBR system is a time-weighted process system. So it waits for a certain amount of time to process. The latter is a cheaper system. The former, the MBBR, is a more robust system, and that is the one that we have, recommended for this project.
Thank you. And actually, so effluent that goes to either plant, it's sanitized and then goes into the Byram River watershed?
We have a few discharge options, but that is one of the discharge options, yes.
Yeah, that's not, yeah, so that, but actually CDM Smith rejects, did I understand this correctly? Rejects the other discharge options, correct? Hold on, I'm just scrolling
I don't
down.
recall that, but it's very well be the case.
And
that
the piece of property where the system is going to, or systems are proposed, actually has a wetland on it as well. Is that correct?
There is a wetland on the outskirts of it. The interior has not been analyzed for wetlands yet.
And the discharge is leaching fields, et cetera, or is it piped directly someplace?
I believe it's piping. Eric, do you want to comment on that, or?
Yeah, so we provided 3 different discharges. So one would be a private disposal line via Sherwood Avenue into the Byram River. The secondary was securing easements from neighboring properties who have access to
But leaching fields, I know there's, so we do not believe that there are leaching fields. We can confirm that.
yeah, leaching fields was not.
What they
Leaching
have-
fields was not one of the disposal.
Yes.
Nick, what they have in the letter is for effluent management, the most viable alternative appears to be a new force main with discharge direct to the Byram River. But it's dependent on DEEP issuing a new NPDES permit.
Right.
Other options for on-site wastewater management, discharge to groundwater at the site, which is what you were asking, which is
Mhm.
essentially a leaching field. And this is where I said effluent recycling, drip irrigation, and evaporation all appear to have limited applicability and may not be approved by Connecticut DEEP. So they're not supporting those.
Okay, thank you.
We still think that there are reasonable, viable options, and that would still be what we could potentially go through. But yes.
Live long enough to win an argument with Connecticut DEEP. And then Peter Lowe.
Yeah, as far as I can see, the applicant has not met our standards in terms of the energy narrative requirement. Building 10,000 square feet or larger. Now maybe they're exempted because it came in earlier. I don't know, but no energy modeling. Some of the things we look at: site energy usage not provided, HERS system score not provided, Energy Star score for building not provided, air leakage blower door test not provided, energy source ambiguous, use of renewables no, level 2 or higher EV chargers yes per regs. So these are what EMAC got from the narrative. And I'm really surprised because Steve Winter Associates is apparently advising on this, if I've got it correct. And they've done a terrific job on some of the projects that Mr. Hagney and we have worked on. So I think you need to resubmit with much more detail. I mean, you must at least know what the fuel source is going to be for heating your building, and that's not provided.
I can, this is Rich Granoff, I can comment on that. So we haven't gotten past the very schematic plans for this building, given the 3 years we've been going through entitlements. I'm a lead AP, and this building will be fully compliant with all the energy codes. It'll be an all-electric building with heat pump systems for the apartments. As we said, there'll be EV chargers. There would have been solar on the roof if the current political environment hasn't changed, but we have to reevaluate the financial feasibility of solar, and we hope to make that happen. And all the appliances will be Energy Star, et cetera, et cetera. For the next submission, I can elaborate on that to satisfy your concerns, Mr. Wells.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Follow-up question: is your hot water, is that going to be heated electrically or with gas?
It'll be
for
it'll
domestic
be electric.
hot water. Electric.
It'll probably be electric. The only caveat there is gas on site now because of the nursing home requirement. Yep. So we just have to evaluate whether it makes sense, given the service that's existing, whether it makes sense to use the gas for hot water only or not. That's all.
Right. Okay. The final comment, you probably saw it. They recommended you look at geothermal as a possibility, given this is a pretty big project.
We can certainly evaluate that as well.
Yeah. I mean, fuel bills, energy costs for your 30% of your building being affordable, electric costs, all that is really important for them.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Lowe.
Yes, Mr. Hagney. You may have heard yesterday I brought up the subject of the sewer capacity that in a previous application that entailed 215 units. There was an estimated demand, daily demand, I guess, of 49,000 gallons per day or something like that. And I wonder, and now we're talking about somewhere between 29 and 36 gallons per day with the proposed 170 units. So if I've got the numbers right, a 21% reduction in units from 215 to 170 results in an arguably disproportionate reduction in gallons per day generation. And I wondered if you might comment on that. I know you said CDM Smith seemed pleased with the numbers, but do you have a handle on that yourself that you might be able to explain it?
Not only was there a reduction in the number of units, but also there was a change in the
composition
in the bedroom count. So
composition.
That also brought down what the potential demand would be. Rich, do you have anything to add to that?
No, the calculations are straightforward, and when we reduced the building, we designed to the gallons per day to stay under the threshold specifically. So that the numbers worked well, that we took a floor off of the building from 5 stories down to 4 stories. We did those calculations and the numbers were good at that point. So we said, okay, and we purposely left the site plan intact, left the number of parking spaces, so therefore increased the ratio of parking per unit at the same time.
Right, that's great. I was less concerned, my question is less concerned with parking than it was with this, as I say, disproportionate reduction. And I wonder how all of that could be accounted for, the composition, if you will, of and the distribution of the number of bedrooms and people, et cetera.
I think you might be confusing. There's 2 different metrics on the calculation. There's 150 gallons per day, which New York State uses, which is actually higher than what Connecticut uses. But because our septic's going through to New York State, we're held to that higher standard in our calculations. And then separately, if you look at the CDM Smith report, they talk about Connecticut calculations and the calculations for a wastewater treatment plant, which is significantly lower than what's required for sewer connection. And I'm not an expert in this, but for the wastewater treatment, it seems that it's anywhere from, I don't know, 26,000 to 36,000 gallons per day. But the calculations for the New York State sewer system calculation is closer to 46 or 47,000. But in all of the cases we're talking about here with the redesigned building and 170 units, we're well under all the thresholds that the engineers need. So for me, that's the takeaway. There shouldn't be a discussion here about
well, I'm sorry, there's a
volume.
discussion. I'm sorry, there's a discussion, and you may be quite right that I may be confused. And if I sound confused, undoubtedly I am confused. So you began with mentioning something about New York State has 150,000 gallons per day, and then you lost me at that 150,000 gallons.
150 gallons.
I'm sorry, 150. I'm sorry, 150.
Okay. I'm not an expert, okay? I've read the CDM Smith report. We've been on the front lines of working with our engineers on these calculations to make sure that the proposed building complies, which I am 100% sure it complies with the sewer. The 50,000 gallons per day is what this building, this property has for 39 years from today. Our proposed building fully complies with that. Then if we talk about the replacement system, right, the wastewater treatment plant.
Okay, just if you don't mind, just stop right there. Before we go on to the replacement system, you say it fully complies. At our last go around, it allegedly fully complied with, just getting under the wire with 49 under the 50. So I hear you saying, well, it fully complies. And you also are saying you're not an expert in this, and God knows I'm not an expert. But we're basing this upon
CDM Smith.
Just on CDM Smith.
Well,
on their numbers, but also CDM Smith concurs in that.
Yeah, it's based on our
SC
numbers.
Minor.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. So SC Minor Designing is our civil engineer, and we work with them very closely to make sure that our current proposed design complies. And then the town hired CDM Smith, and they fully concur. So my suggestion is for everybody on the Zoom, just read the CDM Smith report. It's very clear. It's very well written.
Mr. Graniff, kind of don't go there, okay? Just assume that we've all read it, okay?
Okay. I'm going to stop now.
Yeah.
To respond, though, Madam Chair, to Mr. Lowe's question, we were using a different calculation than Westchester County was as part of the flows. And Westchester County came back and said, no, we think at 215 units, you're going to generate more flow than the 50,000 gallons a day that you're entitled to under our agreement. And that's when we had to recalculate. That's why we're coming back to you
So, yeah.
with
If I-
45 less units.
No, I
than
understand
we
that
had
part.
before.
That part I
Okay.
get. That part I
Okay, so
understand.
Mr. Lowe, because I think you're gonna believe me. So in the
I wouldn't
CDM
count on anything, you know.
in the CDM Smith letter, they say the wastewater flow from the development at 1165 King Street as currently proposed, as well as the continued flow from 1155, which is the other one, is expected to be handled appropriately under the existing agreement with Westchester County until the next renewal date in 2064. For sewer service beyond that date, an extension of the agreement with Westchester County would be preferred. And that's what Ms. Ma and Mr. Hegney referred to, which is the best thing is to have it not be the on-site treatment, but if not possible, then they don't prefer it, but if not possible, for now until 2064, this is okay at the reduced number of units. The issue for us from a health and safety standpoint is that it isn't the 40 years of the deed restriction term. And what now our debate is, we have to make sure that because of that affordability issue and the health and safety of the below market tenants, because really we don't have to worry for Patrick. What Patrick was saying yesterday is, if it were just all market, it wouldn't be as much of a concern. It could be good to 2064 and we'd be all right. I wouldn't want to, I'd be nervous, but okay. So does that help? Yeah. So if you go to page 7 of 8 on the CDM letter, that's where it is. Okay. Anything else? Go ahead.
Not from me.
Okay. All right. But so they're saying that's okay. They have some different issues, which is what Nick was raising with the effluent and also with what happens with the on-site.
What about the adequacy of water for firefighters?
We're going to get to that. I'd like to get to that as well, because CDM Smith, they were just looking at the whole sewage issue. They weren't looking at this issue that the fire department has raised. So that's another question we're going to ask you guys. Is that all, Mr. Lowe?
No, you asked if there's anything else, and I gave you something else.
You gave me something else. Okay, so hold that thought. And Noel is next, and then Ms. Ma.
Okay, so I'm just looking for somebody to kind of answer the scenario where we're getting to the fact that, let's say Westchester, they're maxed out. They decide they don't want to deal with this in, 2060 or whenever you start to approach them. You can't do it. Things have changed in the intervening years, and the Byram River dumping treated effluent into the Byram River is no longer an option, and your soils aren't great for dealing with things on site. And I kind of like to say, what are you thinking you might do at that point? Because as you said, we've got the 40-year deed restricted, but we've also got 170 residential units that something needs to happen with, what's coming out of these units. So I wonder if you could, and I have read the CDM thing, and I know not a lot, ideally the option is Westchester, but then the others, it gets a little tricky and potentially dicey with some of those. So
I have to say, the current facility pays a lot of money to Westchester every year, and they would have to give that up. And I think that when push comes to shove and they start looking at a six-figure loss of income on an annual basis, that there might be more of a willingness to discuss an extension.
Don't count too much on it, because we know and Patrick can tell you more sometime when you're talking to him, but we have heard that Westchester is very tight for capacity since you were last here. And we had heard it via the Portchester development, because they've told Portchester that they need to do something about how much they're sending into the plants.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm
there's a lot of construction in Portchester. That's true.
Yes, there is. Yes. Aren't you glad you live in Greenwich?
So they feel like they need to take care of
I live awfully close to Portchester.
But here's the thing. they've told Portchester that they need to get their act together. I'm not sure what that implies for you guys about their willingness to be negotiable and flexible, because it means they're tight right now. They're tight for
well-
capacity, and the
well-
development in Westchester County is not slowing down at the moment.
No, when we met with representatives, particularly Joan McDonald in the executive office, they are very much interested in affordable housing, and we're recognizing this as a significant advancement for Greenwich, not just the area. And although it was not stated, the impression I had was if we had some support for expanding our sewer capacity, we would be more amenable to an extension to your agreement.
Oh,
Didn't quite
I know
come
how
out that way,
go.
but
Yeah.
boy,
Okay.
that was
Okay.
certainly an impression I had when I
May
left
I
that room.
introduce you to the American Lane case that you're dealing with? Okay, well, let's not go there because you've got litigation, right? Okay. Ms. Ma has her hand up, and then go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. In terms of answering Commissioner Jones's question, we already have this, the property already has the issue of the agreement expiring. So whether it's in terms of this new project would allow us to solve it towards the end, or have more time to solve it, versus right now, if, for example, nothing happens on the project, we still have this issue. And so what we can do through this project is anticipate a potential issue and be able to come up with a backup system, which is what we were brought onto this project to do, is purely focus on a backup system. But without a project, there's no backup system.
Okay.
And then one more point, Madam Chairwoman, is that while we know that DEP does not review a theoretical project like this, we have a very close relationship with them. We did explore the discharge options with them on an informal basis.
Oh, good.
And-
So you've got some cooperation, but whatever you get.
but nothing is written, so
And don't
everything's
forget
very
that
theoretical.
when administration changes, you cannot count on anything that isn't written with them. We've lived this, so well, you know
For
this
sure.
game already.
For
Mr.
sure. And my point
Yeah.
is not that we, pulled it out of a box, that these were well thought
And
through.
they've changed, no, we believe you, but they've changed on us midstream, and we know they've changed tax midstream on us, and we know how difficult it can be. Dennis, and then Ann.
Yeah, I guess you're going to go back to Westchester again to talk about, do they agree with the CDM Smith report? Because that's what happened the last time. There was a disagreement. Hopefully they did it according to Westchester, but you never know. Last time we found out, Westchester threw in a couple extras. Is that the plan, Tom?
Actually, the numbers that we used to compute the number of units were the Westchester numbers. Westchester said, these are the numbers we want you to use, and that's what we used.
But
So
Did you get
we were not working
get it
off
out
of
meeting?
what
But I
I'm
got a
sorry?
weird, Dennis, I'm gonna jump in because I'm really confused about something. So you reduce the bedroom count from 1.8 per unit to 1.7 on average. The biggest reduction that you have is in the square footage, the average square footage of your units. It goes from 1660 to 12 to call it 1300. That's just, I'm just looking at gross floor area versus number of units. I didn't go back into the floor plans or anything like that or compute units, but that was your biggest change. It isn't so much in your bedrooms. Your bedrooms is decimal point of change as I'm seeing it. I don't know what I'm missing here, but I didn't get as big. So, and they do it the same as we do, right? It's on bedrooms. So you didn't change the bedrooms that much, except that you reduced the units by 45. Yeah, so that's your big change. Okay.
That's the big change.
And then I got a question for Mr.
I wasn't
Grano.
done. Wait a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know.
Barely got started. Thank you.
Oh, he was just warming up, and no, hang on. Okay, go ahead.
My question was, did they get it out of a book or did they talk to somebody? Because there's a bad habit of people throwing in some extras. That's that. Did they go talk and did they bless the CDM report?
We didn't
No,
have
they're
the
only
CDM
working with
Smith
SC
report.
minor.
Okay, so you're gonna do that though,
This
right?
was
Before you come back
we-
and talk to us?
No, they
Actually,
only, they're taking SC minor. CDM is reviewing for us what SC minor is doing for them.
Did SC minor and talk to somebody in Westchester face to face and confirm all of this?
The person we met with at that meeting was Vincent Kopecki, who's on
Which
the letter
meeting?
that
First meeting or this meeting?
the meeting we had last year,
right,
with Westchester County, and he is the commissioner of the Department of Environmental Facilities, and he was the one who said this is the number you have to use in computing what the flows will be, and we had a lower number that we were working with.
I got it. I remember that. We're the ones that brought that up, quite frankly. Yeah. We're the ones that went back and double checked, and we're the ones that said, hey, they're talking much higher flows. So yeah, I agree with that. I was just suggesting before you come back again that you confirm that with Westchester, whoever you met with the last time. I guess my bigger question is, in those discussions, did you talk to them about extending the having the extension go 40 years plus whatever time it took to do construction of the project? I mean, that come up because right now we have this 40-year issue.
No, they only have 2064 right now.
Right, that's what
Right.
I mean.
And we were talking about extending it further in order to permit not only the approval process, but the construction of the building itself.
And
That
cover-
was what we discussed with them. Yes.
But they're not open to that at this point?
They were not at that point, but new county executive, and we're exploring those opportunities to have another discussion.
Again, you're talking about the last application that they were not open to it, and you're putting in what you have, but you haven't had a follow-up discussion about extending it 40 plus years, whatever it takes.
We've exchanged correspondence. We've actually not met with them, but they indicated, as the chair said, that they have a lot of construction going on and they have to put Westchester first.
I agree. That's why I'm pushing to go back and meet with everybody that you need to meet with in Westchester. For flow reasons as well as extension reasons.
We are working toward that.
Okay. Madam Jones.
I want to follow up on my earlier question. So, and maybe this is really directed more towards SE minor. So one of the things in the CDM report is they suggested that if the Westchester option doesn't work, the Byram River route doesn't work, and the groundwater at the site isn't great, is looking at another site that you might be able to use to deal with this. And is that something that you're looking at, or it's not something that you're looking at now?
And Madam Chairman, Commissioner, do you mean another site as another property, or do you mean another site somewhere else on site?
Well, they indicated, I think, sort of almost like off-site. I mean, it was, and I may be reading this wrong, but they said given sort of the conditions of the site, they didn't think that that if you weren't allowed the first two options, that doing something on the site could be very tricky or complicated and might not be really viable, and suggested looking, but maybe they meant just a different site within the site. But if you could answer that question. I mean, right now you have kind of the site that you're looking, the site within the property, but I guess I read that as looking sort of off campus, so to speak.
Yeah, I defer to Rich and Tom in terms of looking for something offsite, because I think that's more of an economic decision. But in terms of something on site, yeah, that's something that we can definitely take a look at,
I can add a little bit of color to that. As I'm part of the development team on this project, as well as the architect. So in 30 years from now, which would leave us, 9 years to deal with it. The first thing that'll happen is we would approach Westchester County and just as what happened last year with the nursing home, they negotiated and agreed to a 40-year extension, and they paid them some more money for that. That's option one, and that's a probability, but not a definite, right? And by the way, in that 30-year period, there's a decent chance that Westchester will expand their sewer capacity because there is a lot more development potentially in the area.
That's a
So
good point.
that's the most logical conclusion to this in 30 years from now. But if they say we can't take it, we don't want it, and remember, they want affordable housing, we've got affordable housing. That's another aspect of the negotiation with Westchester. If they want to cut us off, we've got affordable housing. So that's the option one. Option two is we have a wastewater treatment plant, and 30 years from now, the technology could well be advanced that the package systems could be easily done for less money, less space, period. So option two is we design and build a wastewater treatment plant that either we dispose the water into the Byram River or we dispose it on our site. Option three, we just started talking about. If we can't get what we need from Westchester, if we can't build a wastewater treatment plant, the building in 30 years will probably be worth $500 million, okay? Do the math. So at that point, worst case, my grandchildren now, they'll be working with Nick's grandchildren on this approval. They will go find a piece of land because there's a $500 million building there, and they'll dispose on that site. So we have the worst case scenario. I would, the odds of kicking everybody out of the building, making the affordable people homeless, that's pretty, I would say 1 in 1,000. And that's what we're focused on here. And I understand that's your job.
That's our job.
And I
That's the
appreciate
problem.
that.
And the problem is that this, the way the state law works, that's our job, and vulnerable populations. And Noel, anything else?
I think that's it right now. Thank you.
Mr. Grenoff, while you're on deck, I had a question for you. You've probably thought about it, but I just wanted to ask you. Under the existing state law, you can do with what's called a new term that the legislature coined, summary review. You could do a conversion of the nursing home to residential. Bingo, just like that, with very quick review. It's conversion of nursing home to residential. You can, P&Z just did one. We did, the building's going to be called the Laurelton. And so we just did one. It's a very quick and fast. If you went that option, you have to stay in the existing square feet. So you've only got the 97,000 you've got right now. But have you considered that at all? Obviously, we really want to move forward the affordable housing piece. But in terms of the hoops you have to go through to do this sewer thing, did you think of doing what is not quite as of right, but very close to it on nursing home conversions? The problem is you have to stay in your existing FAR and kind of in the area of your footprint. I believe you can demolish the building.
Well, if you recall, the first application, the pre-app on this project 4 years ago, wherever that was.
That was before the state law.
4 years ago, look it up,
Yeah,
was adaptive reuse of the existing building.
Yes, but the state law did not exist at the time. And you were then going to be in violation of our zoning regulations. You would no longer be in violation because the state law says we would have to do it. So it's a different world when the state makes a new law. And the state made a new law that requires us, they passed it in 2024 or 2023, staff?
23 and then enacted it. I think it was effective 24.
Effective 24. So forget what you did 4 years ago. This is now. You could do this now. I don't know. My math makes your life a whole lot easier. It's a lot less units.
The problem with that scenario, and I understand.
Wait, I got a
May-
second half of my question. Before
Okay,
you tell me
sorry.
what the problem with the scenario is, yeah, you're also the developer on this project and you're gonna make a lot less money because instead of 170 units, you're doing like 80. But here's my question is, you could then do the 830G, the affordable component with some more markets as the second half of your project. So you could do a phase project where you come in and do your as of right part. And once you finish the messing around with sewer, you could come in, back in and do a second building. So I give you that question. It seems more straightforward to me if I mean, you know, so now tell me what's wrong and
Okay,
why.
so the fundamental problem with that scenario is the sellers, the current owners of the property, of which we have a deal to buy it at X dollars. If we say we're building, what is it, 100,000 feet instead of 300,000 feet, that makes the property worth 1/3 of what they're selling it for. And I can tell you that that wouldn't fly and they would keep it as a nursing home in that scenario. So there's the highest and best use in that case, if we don't get this project approved, is nursing home.
Except that a third of your current payment is related to the 830G, to the affordables. And from what I've heard on the grapevine in the last couple of weeks regarding what's going on with that, the margins associated with building 830Gs for developers are very, very tight. We know that there are projects throughout Fairfield County that have become not feasible and are not going forward. And it isn't just here. I talked to the Fairfield P&Z chair very recently, and they've approved, they said almost same kind of numbers as we have 1,000 units. People can't get financing because the margins are so thin. So a third of what you would give up right now is your below markets. I'm doing this from your point of view. I'm not doing this for us.
I appreciate that.
Asking you, because if you look at a third, you know, I'm saying already a third of it doesn't generate profit for you,
So-
as I'm being told today.
Okay, so let me respond to that. As someone that has developed 4 and a 5th one is being completed in Wilderness, you know about.
Oh,
I've
yeah.
built and owned 4
Tomasetti is a friend.
Thank you. 4 830G projects. And the numbers have gotten tighter on one hand, but especially in Greenwich, Connecticut, the way 830G works from a developer standpoint, the market rate units subsidize the affordables.
Oh, we know that.
It works. It really works.
I can just tell you that
Okay,
I've talked to a financing guy in the last 5 days. And the financing is getting wobbly on 830Gs. Now, they weren't talking about our situation where you're getting 150% of SMI. They were talking
Correct.
about a standard set aside. But even then, what he said to me was, it's getting iffy. I even see that as iffy right now, which surprised me because I think 150% of SMI is freaking amazing when you're doing an 830G. I'm
Well,
sorry.
we're proud of the fact that we can offer 51 units.
Okay, I'm glad to
50%.
have them,
Yeah.
but this has been such a nightmare, this whole thing with the sewer, and we don't know what they're gonna say, and
Uh-huh.
Westchester's tight, and we still have no guarantees, and we don't know that we've got the
This
40
is-
years. And I'm like, did you ever think of just maybe, what's it called? Fish and cut bait? What's it called? What's that expression in English?
Fish or cut bait?
Fish or cut
We
bait.
are fully committed to getting this project approved.
Okay.
Any way that we have to. Let me add one other comment. And I don't know if the commission members are aware of market rate apartments in Greenwich, Connecticut, what has transpired in the last 2 years.
Yeah, we know the
Okay.
market rate on the Laurelton. I just saw the listing.
Okay.
The
100
market rate,
100 Putnam, which was a 6110 project
right?
that I just finished.
Oh, you took it over finally, huh? Somebody just asked me if it was you and I didn't know it was you. Okay.
It's a long story. I won't go
Yeah.
into it.
Okay.
But anyway, check out the rents on the market rates.
Well, no, we know. I can tell you the market rates, the last time I looked, you think we don't follow, we don't do money in theory, but we're all following this all the time.
Okay.
The Charleston, their penthouse is 14,000 a month. We know that.
Correct. But
And they,
I
and
think
by
this
the
is
way,
important, though. This is
and
an
then
important
7,000,
conversation.
yeah, $7,000 a month. The Laurelton, which is also a nursing home conversion, is $7,000 a month for a 2-bedroom. We know these numbers. I mean, we do.
Okay, so it's a very important point, and I want to make it clearly for the record. This is not just about needing affordable housing in Greenwich, Connecticut. It's about needing
housing.
And our POCD is very clear on the fact that we need alternative housing. And that's at every affordable level. And I am passionate about this because I see the demand, and it's empty nesters that need housing. It's my kids who can't afford to buy a house in Greenwich that want to live here, that want to rent an apartment.
You're just not being generous enough, Mr. Granoff, with your kids. You've done well in life. Your kids should be able to afford Greenwich. I'm sorry, I am not listening to that argument about your kids don't. That is on you.
Anyway.
No self-respecting Latin American would say that about their children. I hope.
Anyway, I think I made my point that
yeah, no, it's fine. I mean, we just asked you because if you don't think we're tired of you and the sewer thing, and I'm like, couldn't he find a different way of doing this? Because this is really a pain. Okay.
And I'm gonna end my spiel right now with a quote from Bill Finger, the chair of the Greenwich Affordable Housing Trust. When his committee unanimously approved this project a few months ago, Bill's quote was, "This is the right project in the right place in Greenwich, Connecticut, on 16 acres on King Street."
We say that to everybody.
I'm done. I'm done now. Thank you.
We
Madam
say that
Chair.
to everybody. We said that about Benedict too. We say that to everybody. Okay, we're happy to be building the affordable housing. We think Mason Street was a great location for an affordable housing project. Anyway, okay, here we go. You guys are going to have to work out the sewer somehow. You can tell we're uneasy about this. And the big question is whether you met the conditions of the preliminary with guaranteeing that there's something that can be done for particularly as regards the deed restricted affordable. I'm not clear, looking at engineering, why it's a resub prior to final, because I too thought some of this has been handled. The first thing they mention is prior to zoning permit, which is the soil analysis. I thought you had done the sight lines, but then you did move the building some, so maybe that's why they want to do it again. Beta comments, okay, you need to address those. That's not drainage, that's traffic, mostly, I think. And then they have some revisions for the drainage plan. So I'm not clear unless, Patrick, can you tell me why?
I did. I'm not, and I did ask if there was some clarity to be given, and we didn't get anything before tonight, so.
Okay, that is the other thing that you had. Oh, I just moved out of it. That's the other thing that came up to be addressed. Go ahead, Ms. Ma.
We are, in terms of the engineering, we're happy to update it. We find those things to be quite easy to update. We just want to make sure that the sewer is resolved, and we're
Yeah,
happy
the
to
sewers is what we started calling the gating issue a couple of hours ago. Gating issue, was that right? Yeah, okay.
That's how we described the last one, yes.
Yes, well, your last one, not our last one. Okay, I think they always wanted two means of egress, am I right?
I don't recall that coming up, and
Yeah, okay.
I've asked our traffic engineers to comment on that. To put another driveway out onto King Street, frankly, I don't see makes much sense at all, particularly if we have to put it where the parking lot is and we have some significant restraints on sight lines there. We can meet it at the driveway that exists, but if we were to locate it farther north, those sight lines would be very constricted.
Okay, so you're gonna have to talk, because that is that Beta or DPW?
Well, I spoke with the representatives from Labella, and they're prepared to respond to that.
Okay. You are doing a lot of landscaping, so I think that to revisit it with conservation. Now, I got a big question to ask you guys. With not 100% concurrence from the commission, if you were to go to ARC, would you be receptive to input from ARC and open to it? I'm looking at Mr. Granoff. I'm not looking at you, Mr. Hegney.
I've never, with all due respect to all the architects, I've never thought of the aesthetics of the building as being a health and safety issue.
I understand that. So the reason people go to the ARC on an 830G is as a gesture of goodwill. There is no obligation, and before you go there, I'm asking if you would be willing and open to spend the time and take the input and potentially act on it, or whether we would just end up with a room full of grumpy people. Yeah, okay, Mr. Granoff, good. Just asking, because we discussed this, it came up with a different applicant, not you guys, that the conversation was so negative that ARC said it's not worth it. If the 830G person is going to be that negative about any input, it's not worth trying to have the dialogue. So I'm asking you, if you were to go and we asked you to go, are you open? Do you want, what do you want to do?
Okay, if you approve the project and
you'll go.
No. You want to make a condition, I go to ARC, I will be receptive to their input. Probably one hearing, a one and done.
No, you're just paying lip service, and that's the whole point.
No.
That would be the whole point of this, would be to avoid going through that exercise and wasting your time and their time.
Right.
Well, as we know, my problem with ARC is it'll take a year to get through ARC. There'll be 6 years. And the truth is, in my opinion, as an architect with 40 years experience, my designs get watered down when I go to ARC. So,
yeah, but your designs are often edgy, Mr. Granoff. That's why, because Greenwich isn't an edgy place, and we're
no one's building, Madam Chair. It's in a wood site, and it's look at the design. It's transitional. It's not modern. It's not traditional.
Okay.
I'm open-minded, but I can't commit now because.
Okay. So why don't we work, well, let's work your big issues then, and further down the line, we can make that decision. That's our conclusion then. Let's work your sewer, let's work your traffic, let's work all the other comments that you have open and see where we are. You've got time to just figure everything out right now. I think that's it. You'll work on with the housing specialist, can always be done prior to zoning permit. Okay, I think I've got everything. I know there's all the state protocols on closing the existing facility, but you're not there yet. Patrick, you've had your hand up for a while and I just saw it. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'll let you finish.
No, I'm kind of done.
I just had a couple questions. Okay. Well, you touched on one of them. Mr. Hegney, could you just speak to, for the record, what the process is for closure of a nursing home facility or assisted living facility?
Yeah, it has to go through the state, and there are protocols that must be followed in terms of timing and terms of notice and all that. If we move ahead with this, then the owners of the nursing home are prepared to do and follow through on that. But right now, they have an ongoing nursing home and they need to keep it open and operating. But they will go, there are specific protocols that need to be met through the state, and they will follow those at the time that we're ready to move forward.
So it's fair to say that every resident now will have a home before, they're not going to be in limbo, right?
Yes, that's true. Yes, that is in fact the case.
That's a state law, right? You have to have them completely relocated.
Yeah, it's just a question that comes up infrequently about that not this project but other projects too, and it's I just think it's important to say what the process is, that it's not an owner decision alone. It's definitely, measured and watched. So
it's highly regulated.
Yeah. The area where the package the wastewater treatment plant is going, that there is an easement of some sort on that. What is the nature of that easement?
So there's an easement that goes through to the Audubon.
Okay.
That cuts through the property. But this 4+ acre roughly square piece on the south side of the property was set aside for what we're talking about as an alternative to the sewer connection to Westchester. That's why we're looking to use it for that.
And I cited it, I think, in the last report about prior decisions, and was this the easement that had an agreement but not filed on the land records?
We had an agreement, and I'll forward it to you because I was looking at that today with the Greens at Greenwich, since that decision was to separate the two properties, which were at the time under Section 6-17.2 tied together. And so I'll forward that over to you tomorrow.
And nothing about that agreement would, to your opinion, would preclude you from putting a facility like that on that parcel or that piece of the parcel?
No, this 4 acre plus piece is owned by Greenwich Woods.
Right. Okay. And Madam Chair, it was raised about the fire department. They have asked for more time to do their comments. There was no fire department comments or fire marshal comments, I should say specifically, last time around. So I'm not sure where the second egress thing, why it's coming up now or didn't come up before, but they're asking a little more time to do their complete review of this, and I'm
the question that Mr. Lowe raised as well, which is this issue of there being sufficient water, and why they're raising it on this development that they've not raised other times, and are they raising it across the board, or is this something specific to King Street? What's going on with that?
Yeah, so I will, just for the record, they're not saying anything yet about this project. There is another project down the road that has an issue with adequate fire protection because of the nature of the distance from the road and the water pressure and all that. And so I'm not quite sure if it's a Aquarian, should we be talking Aquarion about what their issues is with service up here, or if it is something that every property needs to make sure that they have that extra bit to provide the fire protection that the fire department needs.
And also, isn't the amount of water that is used by the site should be reduced under the 830G versus the nursing home, right?
I'm not sure I can make that statement because the size of these.
You can look at it by you can look at it by the effluent, by the sewage treatment demand, because
I think the outflow. Yeah, I think it's close, but I'm not gonna. I'm not sure.
But that's a shortcut way of looking at it, because whatever comes out dirty came in clean. So, okay, well, that.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, just to touch on that, the issue of the water, this property is served by Aquarian. Right. And at the time the nursing home was built, the pipe was extended to this site along with a pumping station so that adequate water supply would be at the nursing home. So that was dealt with close to 40 years ago now.
Yeah, I know, but look at where we are with the sewer treatment plant. Okay, Mr. Yeski, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I'll remind you that we did deal with this a year or so ago on, what was it, Pemberwick, where we said, what's worth the water pressure? And long story short, they came back and said, yeah, it's short, but the thing is going to be sprinkled. And that was the whole idea, that and I assume this project's going to be sprinkled, right, Mr. Hagney?
Well, it's
Yes.
probably irrigated now.
Yeah, well,
It is
that's gonna
sprinkled.
get-
Certainly is now.
new one, yeah, but the new one's going to be sprinkled, right?
Yeah.
Building.
And what they said to us was, yeah, the water pressure's short, but it's sprinkled. And what it needs to do is if a fire occurs, the sprinklers contain it until the fire department shows up. And then, yes, we can boost that and we bring the trucks and everything. So we'll see what they say. But
Okay.
we did deal with this a couple times in the past.
Yeah, Dennis, you're not wrong about that scenario. This sounds to me from a conversation I've had with the department is a multifaceted issue. So Mr. Hagney is right. The extension of the water to this property specifically, actually, and the pump station, that may change it once they have the chance to sit down and understand what's going on there. But there is, in particularly the north west corner of the town, there is a concern about fire prevention. So I'll
Okay.
just leave it at that.
Oh, yeah, we know that. Okay, let's turn quickly to public comment. If you're done, Patrick.
I am. Thank you.
Okey doke, public comment. The first person up is Kate Jakevich. And is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this application at 1165 King Street to convert convert a nursing home to an 830G affordable housing facility? Please raise your virtual hand. This is Greenwich Woods. Madam, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Kate Jakevich, and I'm the Executive Director of the Greenwich Tree Conservancy. We wanted to express strong concern regarding the development proposal for this 1165 King Street. We recognize the importance, of course, of increasing access to assisted housing in Greenwich, but this project would bring significant environmental harm to backcountry Greenwich and negatively impact the health of community members and future residents. We recognize that as an 830G project, the only reason for denying approval would be for health and safety. However, we do believe that there are significant health and safety concerns for this project as currently laid out. This project site is directly adjacent to the Westchester County Airport. Research has shown that living near an airport has many harmful effects, most notably in poor air quality and noise pollution. Airborne pollutants are elevated near airports and are responsible for an increase in respiratory and circulatory illnesses and excess mortality in general. The noise pollution associated with airports is the cause of numerous other health concerns, including sleep disturbances, increased levels of stress hormones, hearing loss, and also an increased level of cardiovascular problems and hypertension. Collectively, all of these problems of living near airports decrease quality of life and likewise shorten lifespan for residents. Large mature trees are vital in mitigating both of these devastating impacts. They're excellent natural sound barriers and have been shown to reduce chronic stresses caused by a noisy environment. They're also highly effective in reducing airborne pollutant levels, such as noxious gases and particulate matter. The applicant has proposed the removal of 180 mature trees and planting 392 trees as a replacement, but mature trees are exponentially more beneficial than saplings. Studies have shown that a tree of 30 inches in diameter removes 70 times as much air pollution annually as trees with 3 inches of diameter and less. So unless the applicant plants, something about 30 trees or 20 to 30 trees per tree removed, there will be a direct and measurable negative impact on the health of future residents and neighbors. Mature trees also have a positive and measurable impact on mental health and emotional well-being and reduce stress and improve mood. We think that there's a strong argument to be made that this project as currently planned would harm the health of future residents as well as others in the neighborhood, especially vulnerable populations such as seniors or people with existing cardiovascular conditions. This project addresses a critical need for housing, but its benefits would be far greater if approached with a more thoughtful balance between construction and conservation. Vulnerable future residents of this development deserve a project that keeps their health and safety at the forefront. We strongly urge that this project is rejected on health grounds and reworked to reduce the number of trees being removed. Thank you for this consideration on this important matter.
Thank you very much. Anybody else from the public wish to speak on this application at 1165 King Street? Kindly raise your virtual hand that's Greenwich Woods converting from a nursing home to residential. No. Okay. Want to wrap? Now I'm looking at you, Mr. Hagney.
I thought so, Madam Chair. I felt it, not just saw it. We recognize the issues that we need to respond to, and we'll perhaps avail ourselves of discussing it with CDM Smith as well, if the staff doesn't mind. We will address the main site plan issues and have those back to you, and see what we can do in terms of satisfying the concerns expressed on the continued use of either the sewer or an alternate means of disposing of wastewater.
Okay. And then there's all the other things to work out, and hopefully we can see you in September.
I think there's a song about that. Yes.
Yes, indeed. But I can't remember who it was.
Do you care to sing it, Tom? No, just kidding.
Yeah. But
a
Mr.
little too
Hagney's-
early in the evening.
Oh, it's almost midnight.
Ah.
I tricked you. All right, you guys, we'll see you when you come back. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I will see you after one other interlude.
Okie dokie. You're gonna have some splaining to do. All right. Okay, so from now we go to Cogit Connecticut LLC for a final site plan and special permit to demolish the existing detached garage and to construct a new detached garage. Oh, it's a accessory building, a new cabana, and the total volume of the structures is going to further exceed 150,000 cubic feet on a 5.775 acre parcel at 15 to 17 Upper Cross Road. If this sounds eerily familiar, that's because we heard it at the pre-app at the last meeting. And so they were ready to roll, and here they are. So that's why it sounds so familiar. Okay, let's go ahead, Mr. Brower.
Good evening, Eric Brower on behalf of the applicant. Yes, as you said, we just recently reviewed this as a pre-app. I did go to the briefing session Zoom meeting yesterday, and I think we're all in order in terms of departmental comments. Just to reemphasize the issue about the landscaping, I did speak with the owner, and he is willing to provide the plan for additional plantings. There's minimal what's being removed, but he actually does like trees and bushes and pollinators, and will be able to submit a plan for review and confirmation by staff on that.
That sounds good. That would be perfect. And there was something else we wanted to condition. Does anybody remember what it was? Landscape plan.
Impervious surfaces. Yeah.
Yep, and the impervious surfaces, to continue to look at whether conservation wanted it. See if you could find more ways of making it pervious.
All right, they suggested
Yeah.
incorporating one or more of those suggestions. So one is a guarantee, and we'll look at the others.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Brower regarding this application? No. Anybody from the public wish to speak on this application at 15 and 17 Upper Cross Road? Anybody from the public, 17 Upper Cross Road? Kindly raise your virtual hand. Nope. Okay. Anybody object to closing this application at this time? No objection. This application is hereby closed. Thank
Great.
you, Mr. Brower.
Thank you.
Sometimes it goes better than others. Sometimes you got 20 years worth of agita stored up. All right.
Well, this
Thank
is
you,
a good
sir.
reducer. Thank you.
All righty. Where is my friend, Mr. Basili? Time to say goodbye to you.
Yes, I'm here, just as I have been for what? How many hours?
Oh, it's only 4.5. Do not whine. Do not whine. Come on, we were relatively entertaining tonight. We beat people up, we cajoled, we've done everything.
I guess so. I guess I shouldn't complain.
No, you shouldn't complain. We'll see you in September.
Yes.
All right. Have a good August.
Thank you. You all have one too.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All righty, and now we go to the discussion items, and the first one is the preschool.
Yes,
Oh,
I believe
a
Mr.
hand-
Hegney has stepped in and is
No, he raised his hand and then it bopped back down. Mr. Hagney, could you raise your hand again? All right. All right. I'm just gonna jump in, right?
and Mr. Hegney, I believe, is representing the next two pre-apps, excuse me.
So I can't remove him?
Well, I too am quick on the trigger, but we'll have to.
You could remove me, but then I have to come back in. So
All right, so on
what's
the
the point?
preschool, this
So,
site, from what we understand, well, we'll just, pre-app, some basic issues.
Yeah,
From what we understand, you have this approved already to have the preschool. It was in the original approvals that you have some sort of educational.
Not only that, unfortunately, I was not involved when the pre-app was filed. The school wanted to make sure they were getting ahead because they have a long time lead time to be able to move from the Greenwich Baptist Church across from Central Middle School to Harvest Time Church on King Street. So they wanted to make sure they were getting ahead. What they didn't know is in 2004, the commission approved a site plan for 88 a preschool, a daycare for 88 children, and that the Board of Appeals also approved a special exception because at the time there was a separation between special exception and special permit, and they approved it for 88 children. So we're looking at no more than the 88 children. Numbers that they've given me are 80. There would be no need for any exterior work. There's also a playground there. There would be no need for interior work. They can literally move in right the way it is because this is the way Harvest Time had planned it when they started the first part of their building construction before they ended up with the large sanctuary that they have, which was 3 steps down the road from this initial building. And so it's an ideal location, as was discussed yesterday. There's lots of parking. There is separate parking for this portion of the building because this was built as the first part.
Cool.
And there is plenty of queuing space to go from King Street in. In fact, we have a survey, a parking plan that was part of our submission that shows how it would work. Excuse me. And
So you can just give us that again. Do you even have to come before us again?
I thought we would do it just as an administrative submission to staff.
Yeah.
I wanted to also point out that there is only one other group activity going on at the church during the time the preschool would be open. And that's a 30-member women's study group that meets Tuesday mornings. Other than that, there are no other activities going on at the church. I did speak with Pastor Glenn Harbison on that. I would like, as part of this pre-application, if the commission could indicate to staff that this can be handled on an administrative basis, I would appreciate that.
I have no objection. Do any of you have an objection? Does
No.
anybody have an objection?
No.
No. I mean, Patrick, you have your hand up. Are you going to object?
Mr. Hagney, how large is the sanctuary on this? Yeah, I will not be objecting, Madam Chair. No,
Sanctuary is 900 seats.
that's what I thought. I thought it was 750 or larger. So this is a significant building with a significant parking structure. That's only that's primarily used on the weekends, and this will be a weekday activity.
And it's only basically mornings. They do stagger drop off and pick up based on the ages of the children, and we have 315 parking spaces on site.
Mr. Yeski, you've got a question.
Yeah, I mean, I can wait until everyone else is done. And I have to ask kind of a non-P and Z. I just have to ask.
Okay.
Mr. Agney, I guess they know their business, but that church is a long way from the Baptist church. I assume they feel confident that there's either a market out there or people will drive out there. It just strikes me as a long way. It has nothing to do with P and Z. I just had to ask that question.
Yeah, I did actually have that conversation with the preschool members, and unfortunately, they can't stay at the Baptist church across from Central. So this, although it's a bit of a ride to get there, it's a great location for this.
Well, that's my question. Actually, it's a great location. It's like a half an hour each way, right? I guess so.
Well,
But
it
not P&Z,
depends.
so I don't want to take the time, but it's just amazing. I guess there's such a demand for preschool that people are willing to do it.
There's also
it's only
some,
15 minutes from my house, so
yeah, and there
You
are
have
people who
preschoolers?
live, yeah. He
Tommy-
doesn't, but there
Tommy
are
has
people who
something?
live in the area. So I absolutely 100% agree with it being handled administratively. Only one thing, and staff will, I know, do better than us, is just really safe drop off and pick up.
Yeah.
Because we've seen a couple that were doesn't work. And it's not a bad location. And the other thing is, the church is large and is very active and vibrant. It's one of the most vibrant churches in town, from what I know.
Mhm.
And active. Okay, so that's that discussion item. Does anybody from the public wish to comment on the Christian preschool moving to Harvest Time Baptist?
it would be the other way around. But
Yes, I said it wrong. Yes. No, it is going to tend to Harvest Time. And Harvest Time is actually technically, I think, Baptist, isn't it?
I think it's non-denominational.
It's
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Okay. So anybody from the public wish to speak, kindly raise your virtual hand. No. All right. So Mr. Hegney, moving on to 18 Simmons Lane. Does anybody on the commission have guidance for Mr. No, no, don't even breathe in. Does anybody have guidance for Mr. Agney? We all read it. We all know what's in it. The only comment that I made yesterday, I think Nick is going to make a comment too. My comment to you was, I noticed looking at the elevations that there appeared to be a gym that you reach from the master bedroom, primary bedroom, I'm sorry, from the primary bedroom. At least there's a flight of stairs that descends from the primary bedroom, and I couldn't find the floor plans for it.
So the gym room is at a lower level from the the primary bedroom.
Isn't that what I just said?
Yeah, but you can reach it through the rest of the lower level too. It's not just you can only
but
reach
my
it from
point was there
the
is no floor plan to tell me that. I saw the stairs, couldn't figure out where the stairs went. Then we looked at the elevations and saw exercise equipment through the window. And that's how I figured it out. So I'm just saying, when you come back, just make sure you give us the lower level as well.
Of course, of course.
Okay, Nick.
And
that's exactly what I was going to ask for.
Okay. Yeah, that was the only thing. You have
Maybe,
a water
maybe
feature.
add a fire pole, they can get down
And you
quicker.
have a water feature as well, it seems like, that's kind of behind the pool.
yes, and I was going to add, given how we're going to have to construct the drainage on site, we probably will be within the 100-foot review area for the wetlands that's in the very southern portion of the property. So we'll be filing this month an application with wetlands and then also with the commission later on this month.
So, but you're gonna do that first, right? So you're not gonna open with us until you're done with them, right?
Yeah. We probably will not open, but we will file with you.
Okay.
Yes.
We're good. Nick,
Mr. Hagan, just real quick, the guest house is truly detached. There's no
There's
subterranean
two of 'em.
connection.
There's 2 guest houses.
Right. There are two. One is a garage with bedrooms above it, and then there's a 3-bedroom guest house as well.
Oh, and there's
And those are detached.
Oh, wait, there's something else too then. They're detached.
There's
and
a
they're
pool
just-
house also.
And the pool house, yeah.
Yeah, there's
which
a pool
doesn't
house,
have
yeah.
any bedrooms.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but for some reason I didn't.
Yeah. The reason we have so much square footage showing is half the basement or lower level counts given the grade plane.
Given
Yeah.
the grade plan, yeah, that's what I
Given
was
the grade
saying to
plane.
Nick. That's why I was looking in the window and seeing the exercise equipment over the weekend.
And one guest house, the entire basement counts rather than
Well-
partially counting.
It's also because you have a lot of square feet and the house is all on one level.
Yes.
Okay,
Yep,
so yeah, now I
it is.
see what you mean. So you actually, I now see that you have on the right and left wing of the house, you have lower levels. I had only seen it on the one wing. Now I see it on the other one.
Yeah, no, there's an extensive lower level.
Yeah, okay, and so there's no plans for that. So I had seen the equipment on one side and I didn't see it on the other. Nick, go ahead, then Dennis.
Mr. Hagan, how many bedrooms on this site?
9.
Okay, and there's a few in the basement.
There are, so if we're looking at the lower level plan, there are 2
Couldn't find
on
it.
the,
How did you
what
find
is
it?
the, if we want to pull up page 3 of the presentation material.
Ah, you put it in the presentation. You know, I don't ever open those. Sorry, Mr. Hagney.
But
Okay.
I won't tell my staff that. They'll be very unhappy that no one's looking at what they work hard on.
Yeah.
So there are 2 on the, what I would call the southeast wing. There. If we look at upper left-hand corner, there are 2 bedrooms there in that lower level. And then over near the gym, there is a bedroom on the west side right there. Yep.
So you have the one on the one in the main residence, the 5 in the guest houses, and then I've got 6 now. Where's I'm missing a bedroom.
We have 2 above the garage, 3 in the separate guest house.
That's 5. The 6th one is in the main house, what I call the main house.
Right.
And
then we have the 3 that are on the screen right here.
Oh, and it's 3 in the basement. I
lower
heard
level.
you say 2.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay.
2 on one side and 1 on the other.
Okay. And you think you're keeping that water feature, right? That's between the steam room and the storage facility out in the pool cabana.
Um,
And the other thing is your pool cabana is actually 2, right? Or is that steam and sauna all? Yeah, those aren't open, right? It's really 2
no,
pool houses.
that's connected.
Oh, they're
That's
connected by the outdoor covered area. Got it.
Right.
Okay. All righty. Anything else from anybody on this? Okay, a bunch of hands up. Nick, then Dennis, then
Oh,
Tracy.
I'm done. I'm done.
Okay. Dennis.
Mr. Hagney, since you seem to be having a monopoly on allocations, were you involved in this site like 15 plus years ago?
Not that long ago. There were a number of us involved. Mr. Tessie was involved in it.
Ms. Tessie.
And the last one I did, which the commission did approve, was a tear down of the building that's there now and essentially reconstructing it on basically the same footprint and same volume and square footage.
Okay. So you know about the trials and tribulations of this site, and you're going to look at
Oh, yes.
neighbors.
Oh, yes.
Neighbors.
We all do.
You're the neighbor across the street that actually owned all the property, and they were fighting it too. They're gone. They're
Yes,
gone.
the Lees don't live there anymore.
Yes,
That's true.
they did.
I
And that
didn't
was their
realize the Lees
family
didn't.
home at one point. So
Yes.
you know, maybe the neighborhood is more cooperative. I'm curious, how many kitchens are in this?
Just one.
Just
In
one.
this, just one kitchen. And I had that discussion with the architects and explained, and they said, no, we're not looking at making these separate dwellings. These are just for other guest rooms. So there's only one kitchen.
Yeah. Is that it, Dennis?
Yeah, I was just I thought I was missing something, but now one kitchen. Okay.
So coming back to that, Mr. Hegney, if your staff is putting a lot of time in presentations, you know, this commission pretty much reads everything. So when you want to give a whole presentation on an application that we've already read everything to, we tend to discourage you because it's like, okay, we know this already. So yeah, feel free to give staff some time off.
All right, I'll let Emma know.
I mean, because we normally, you know, we want to try to keep the meeting moving if
Yeah,
we have the
yeah.
information. Okay, Ms. Kulikowski.
I just wanted to point out there was a comment yesterday about construction traffic was also a major concern from the prior application.
Yeah, I think that was Dennis was
I think,
subtly
yeah,
making.
yeah.
That was Dennis's subtle reminder to Mr. Hegney that we were going to ask that question because that was the concern with Simmons Lane originally. It's
We
small.
already have brought a construction manager in who's very
Okay.
experienced in development in town, and they'll be able to manage that well.
Okay, you're going to do Hillcrest Park as well? Oh, wait, public comment. Does anybody have any public comment, any comment on 18 Simmons Lane application? Anybody wish to speak on 18 Simmons Lane? This is a tear down and reconstruction.
And I actually did get a call from a neighbor today
Okay.
who said he had no objection to what we were proposing.
It's also at the time that you did this, we weren't, I think the town wasn't as used to 150 cube houses.
Perhaps, yeah, it's become more commonplace.
More commonplace.
Not that 150,000 cubic foot houses are commonplace.
Yeah, no, but it's more frequent. Okay, so no comments from the public on that one. Basically, the traffic, I hadn't seen the full set of floor plans and you're going to deal with wetlands and
Yes.
and put
So
together the landscaping on that basis.
Mr. Ginter is on the meeting tonight, and
Yeah.
he knows what he needs to do.
Okay. All righty. Did I ask you already if you're doing Hillcrest Park?
You did, and no, I was going to just
punt,
leave you to the rest of the meeting.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Good night.
Bye. All right. Who's doing Hillcrest Park?
It's Mr. and Mrs. Edwards who were the applicants. I'm not sure.
Got it. I see Mr. Edwards. I see an Edwards. I see two of them. I'm going to promote both. I don't know if they're both valid.
Oh, one has their hand raised. I don't know if you see that, Madam
I
Chair.
promoted that one.
Okay.
Hi, Mr. or Ms. Edwards. If you would accept, and there's a second one that says Edwards. If you would unmute, Mr. or Ms. Edwards.
Hello?
Hello. Uh-oh, you've got both devices going. You'll have to leave the meeting from one of them.
Is that better?
No, you're still echoing. Just leave the meeting from the other one.
It's off.
No, you have to leave the meeting, not just turn it off. Does that make sense to you guys?
I'm trying to figure it out.
You have a cell phone on?
Is there a phone on?
Oh, perfect. Oh, you
Yeah.
muted.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
it's yeah. The feedback on the mic. It looks like it's gonna get fixed. You just crack that mic, Mr. Edwards, when you're ready.
Okay, try unmuting. Mr. Edwards?
Is that better?
No. Okay, so go back into the other computer, look at the Zoom meeting and leave the meeting, because sometimes when people turn it off, they don't actually leave the meeting and you have to leave the meeting.
Okay.
Alternately, I have another plan. I'm just gonna kick out the second Edwards. Okay, you guys?
Nope. They killed.
No, you left from the wrong, oh, okay.
They're gone, gone.
They're gone. Okay, we're gonna try this again. It's early still. Edwards guessed. Okay, here we go. And then I'll just kick out the other one if it's still there, but I don't see it anymore.
I don't see it either. Yep, you're good.
Okay. Actually, I should have just done that in the beginning. Wow, everybody's left us already. Okay, Mr. Edwards, try turning on the screen and say
How's that?
something. Perfect. You got it.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Hi.
I had two screens open. You were right. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, we know, because you know what happens.
Okay.
Okay, so you were looking at rezoning from 1 acre to 12,000 square feet, your property to the different zoning.
Correct.
And that's why you're before us. And we looked at it yesterday. Is that map that we were looking at yesterday on the last page, is that from staff or was that from Mr. Edwards?
I submitted a map.
You know the one I mean, the one with the tooth? The last page, page 21 of 21. If you could throw that up.
Yeah, that was submitted by applicant.
Okay. The silence is that Tracy's trying to find your map, okay?
Yeah. I've been following since 4 o'clock, so I see how it goes.
you know how we feel, right?
Yes,
After
yes.
5 hours, yeah. And it's actually, believe it or not, this is not a long meeting for us.
Okay.
But if you want to volunteer for the commission, we welcome you.
Seats are open. That's right.
Okay, because we have an opening. Can you sort
Okay.
of make that bigger or something? Okay, so we're going to give you, because this is the pre-application, we're going to give you our thoughts from yesterday, and the commission will contradict me if I'm not saying what they meant to say. So
Okay.
you see where it says change to R12 on your map.
Correct.
So our problem with that is that although your access, the driveway to your property is in the R12, you are surrounded on basically the other 3 sides by the RA1. So we have to be consistent in how we zone, and
Okay.
we can't do something called spot zoning, which is, it went away, Tracy, just so you know, but everybody's seen it now. So, okay, back. So we can't do spot zoning. So we can't take one property and make it different from all the other properties. We have to make it fit. Now, your argument here is, yes, but my driveway is in the R12. Yes, but the entirety of your property is in the 1 acre zone and it's surrounded by it. So
Okay.
your neighbors who are in the 1 acre would suddenly have this small lot subdivision right there, and it's inconsistent with where they're living. So when you come back, if you want to come back and talk to Patrick or Tracy about this and what you want to do,
Okay.
what you have to do is convince us that you rezoning is consistent with what what the zones look like. And we didn't see that it was yesterday. We had a lot of doubts, but the law obliges us to listen to you without making it until you have made your argument and to hold back on judgment. So come back and convince us.
Okay. All right.
Mr. McRae, because we're not sure. We look at this and we say, wow, they're surrounded by 1 acre. Mr. McRae, go ahead.
Also, I would take a stop in wetlands office and double check the property, because right now at the map I'm looking at, it's a good portion of the whole thing as a wetland.
Okay.
And you have a very large rock outcropping. So if you wanted to subdivide this, you may
not be able
run into
to
much more
develop it.
difficulty. And the hoops that you have to jump through to get a subdivision may not be worth it at all.
Okay. So I would who would I reach out to for that?
Talk to Patrick or Tracy and they'll connect you with the wetlands people.
Yeah. Okay.
Because at this point you belong to us.
So-
So go ahead.
Run it by the wetlands first.
I would take that recommendation, because you want to know if you have the ability to put any home here.
Okay.
And
Right.
and so that would make the decision about the subdivision or the rezoning and then eventually a subdivision a lot easier.
And you
All right.
guys are good at doing research. So research 2 topics. Take a look at wetland regulations for Greenwich and what's required, because one of the things you'll read about is what Nick is mentioning, which is you can't be too close to the wetland
Okay.
when you develop. And it really limits what people can do.
The map I'm looking at, no
Can
matter
you-
what you do, you're in the wetland.
Can you tell us, can you share it with us?
No, I'm just taking it off. I'm taking it off the city squared system.
Yeah.
Also, there's a
Can you-
monster rock in the backyard. I mean,
Can you, on the bottom of your screen, there's a little green button that says share. Can you?
no,
just click-
I'm looking at it on my desktop.
Oh,
Yeah, I
you-
seen that also. The rock outcrop.
And
Yeah,
the
so the
wetlands.
top of that's about 70,
Right.
and the house that's there is probably around 50.
Okay.
Again, same thing. Environmental issues. You may have a major wetland. You have this monster rock.
And we'll
Right.
fuss. We often let people reduce the outcroppings, but we are supposed to let, you're gonna find a picture? No.
The GIS. Keep going.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, right there.
That.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
And this colored area over here, well, it's not colored, but it would be if we had a colored print. This area in here,
Right.
generally is talking about wetlands or water courses.
Now,
It's
okay.
generalized boundary, but yeah.
So
All right,
there's
guys.
they have a wetlands desk. You can go and talk to the desk and tell them what the issue is. They're
Right.
super nice and they'll help
Okay.
you. So, and you'll find that, if you come to our desk, people will be really nice and try to help you out.
Yes, they have been very.
But this, as Nick says, may not be worth it if you don't have enough development area.
Sorry.
Mick, is it all right if I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
The house at the end of our driveway, number 114, that house was just recently built and they put it right on the wetlands. Did they get some kind of special permit for that?
114 what?
If you follow the driveway from our house,
It's
Yeah.
114 Hillcrest.
it's 114 Hillcrest is the house. That was just recently built in the past few years.
I
And
don't-
that's right on the wetlands. They filled all that in. I was
Did it,
wondering if they got a
Did it
special
replace
permit for that.
did it replace an existing home?
No,
Okay,
that was never in this. We've been there for 46 years.
got it. Okay.
And they filled in a wetland?
Yeah, you can see where the house sits right on the print that you guys are looking at. Yes, exactly where the arrow's at.
There's
That
the
house
sit-
was
that-
never
okay,
there
So
before.
that's the situation, is that you go to talk to the wetland staff.
Okay,
They'll be able to, take a look at where the wetlands is, that kind of thing. So it gives you a sense of how much development you have, because that edge of wetland and then the upland buffer, that kind of thing, may preclude you from actually doing what you intend here. Yes,
Okay.
maybe the other house was built recently, maybe they got a permit, but it's actually, case by case. So
Okay.
start there.
I'll start with wetlands. And then was there somewhere else that you'd like me to go to after?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
Start there.
So, I'm not sure this is right. Hold on a second.
Mr. LaRoe, with a subdivision, I come up with 3 lots.
Yeah, rough numbers, but
Okay.
Rough numbers, yeah, 43,560.
it would still be 15%.
Right.
The commission would generally, on a 3-lot subdivision, expect 15% open space.
Right. And the shared driveway.
Right, and that's the other issue, Mr. Edwards, is that you need at least 20 feet on a road for every lot.
Right.
So, right now, I'm just guessing that area there, that stem that goes to River Road, is probably no more than 40 feet wide right now.
That's our easement. That's 20 feet wide.
20 feet, right?
That's 20 feet wide, and then we bought another parcel that goes out into Hillcrest Park. That's the driveway
besides this address?
Yeah, that's the driveway that we use right now. We've used for the last 46 years.
Okay.
Right.
Comes out onto Hillcrest Park Road.
Right. That driveway is
We
shared
never-
with the other property?
Yes, it is on 114. It's shared with that, but they came in after us.
Yeah.
We had that easement for years. We bought that easement back in 79, and that's how we accessed the property. We never used our easement, the original easement, onto River Road. So there's actually 2 entranceways into the
So easement and actual title holdings are different, 2 different animals. So
Okay.
you would need to have actual ownership of land that touches a street. So that's to get additional lots in. So if every lot in this scenario needs 20 feet at least on a road, then you may also be, you may be hemmed in there as well. So again, we can discuss this if you want to meet with us and we can help out with all the logistics.
Okay, absolutely.
Mr. Edwards, is this 112 Hillcrest Park Road?
No, it's not.
It says it's 112 and it says it's Hillcrest Park Road, but this is.
Oh yeah, okay, that's 112. 114's in the next and in between these 2 houses.
It doesn't say 112.
Yeah, it did.
Madam Chair, the building to the left?
Yes.
This one.
That's new.
That's new. That's the house that they filled in to build.
Patrick, could you look into this?
Yeah, it wouldn't come through our office, but it would definitely go to.
Yeah, but just kind of, knock 3 times on the wall.
Sure.
He
Yeah, we're losing it.
I would love to find Miss Evans wrong, but she's rarely is. So we will endeavor.
I mean, so he has a wall between him and the wetlands director. So that's what I'm saying to him. I can see that this is a new house. I'm just amazed.
Yeah.
That anybody would have let them fill wetlands in this town.
Yeah,
Okay.
They didn't ask.
Yeah, maybe they didn't ask.
Yeah, you can't get, but yes,
In a
it's
building permit
possible.
without wetland sign off. So yeah, but
This
Yeah,
is
you
why we
can't-
have neighbors.
Yeah, you can't get, and by the way, Mr. Edwards, if you ever see anything fishy, you just tell all your neighbors. The way we, sometimes in the remote parts of town, you
Right.
tell us when you see something, it's like the
Okay.
airports, you see something, you report it.
Mhm.
Say
So
something.
they wouldn't have been able to do this without a permit.
the only thing I can think of, and again, I'm just guessing, is this is downhill from the wetlands. It looks like.
100 feet?
Well, 100 feet or not, water doesn't go uphill. So It's just an area of required review. So it looks to me from the GIS that it may be going uphill that way, and that may be the short answer. But I'm not going to say that's definitively.
So getting back to what I said, I think actually first step is go to wetlands, find out what's going
Yeah,
on.
go find
Okay.
out what's going on, and you can go be a tattletale. We don't mind.
No, we'll report back to the commission about what the status was.
Okay.
But
All right. Okay. Okay. So we'll just see you if you decide to go ahead with this. We'll see you from a zoning point of view. We got hesitations, but I think Nick is absolutely right. The
All
bigger,
right.
the
I
bigger issue is
appreciate
the
your
other one.
viewpoints. So I'll get a hold of wetlands first, then I'll be back in touch.
Okay.
there was a hand raised in the public. I don't know if anyone.
Does anybody from the public? Ah, yes, Robin Gelbs. Thank you, because I didn't see that. Anybody
Okay.
from the public
Yeah,
wish
they
to
kept
speak?
coming up and down, so I just.
Yeah, Zoom's been doing that a lot tonight.
Yeah.
The hands keep going up and down. Robin Gelbs, yep, there we go. Anybody else want to speak on this application at 116 Hillcrest Park Road? Please raise your virtual hand. Okay, if you would unmute, you're ready to go. Good, perfect. Go ahead.
Hi, thanks for letting me in. I just wanted you to know that I've lived in that house that was right next door when you were showing the two houses, 118 Hillcrest Park Road. So I was here when that other house was built. I don't, it seemed like everything was done above boards. I'm not so sure that they went. I know that there were contractors here, there were people here looking.
Okay.
I will say I would have a lot of concerns, and our neighbors do as well, with the rezoning of the Fortunato house, because even when they zoned, when they built that other house, we did get some like drainage problem.
Yeah.
And I would be very concerned, even more so if that happened, if they divided into 3 spots. And I know that there's a lot of wetlands. In terms of that easement, I have to say, I'm not so sure. I don't know, but I know that, I mean, Fortunato, do you really own that property? Because I remember when, many, many years ago, before that house on 114 was built,
Yeah.
we were told by Mr. Fortunato that they own that property and that we were not allowed to park cars there without their permission. So I don't know for sure, because I remember a neighbor once saying that they just gave them permission for the easement. I'm not 100%, but I just would definitely want this to be looked into. And I will tell you that I think you did receive a letter from one of our neighbors, Louis Arami, and with number.
Yes, a letter came in on Hillcrest today.
Yes, and that has a number of our concerns on it. So just to make it on record, we have a lot of concerns if this doesn't go forward.
Yeah.
And we do have a purchase deed of that property for the easement onto Hillcrest Park Road.
Okay, good.
We bought it off of Polly Castro.
Okay,
Back in the day, so.
I do not know. I'm not saying that you don't. You very well meant. I do know though that you said you own that other house.
Yeah, it's part of our package. So, okay. Well, we would love to address your concerns. So.
Okay. Okay. So yeah. So we just wanted the commission to be
And-
aware of our
and
concerns.
Ms. Gelbs, you know, the engineers, they knock themselves out trying to make sure that development doesn't create flooding or drainage issues. And they do all these computations and they have all these formulas. And then people come in and go, I'm still worried about it. I don't like it. And one of the problems is the way it rains now is very different from the way it used to rain. And engineering calculations are based on the average of X number of years. And so it's not taking into account what's happened in the last 20. And so you may be seeing stuff just for that reason, just because climate is different sometimes. I'm not supposed to always use the climate change word, but
No, I do understand, but it would be something.
no, I mean, I know that because now it floods. I mean, I get water, I see water pooling in my neighborhood where it never did before because of how heavy the rains are. And that's
Yes.
just not, you can engineer all you want, but if you're not taking into account the kind of rainfalls we get nowadays, you're not going to be successful. And that may be why you're seeing more water, because the world
Right.
is
And
different.
then, and so it would be a concern of mine then
Yep.
even more with the wetlands.
Yes.
That we would be getting even
Because
more
they'll fill and
water.
overflow. Yep.
Right,
Yes.
but I
Okay,
mean,
you guys.
yeah.
So go work it out, and we'll see you when we see you.
All right,
Okay.
thank you very
Ms.
much
Yelps,
for your
for hanging out.
All right,
Thank you,
appreciate
Mr.
it.
Edwards. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, I'll just do it quick, Nick. I hereby move that Richard Hine be reappointed to the ARC for a term of 4 years, starting
Tonight, or when it's effective, right?
Second,
at the effective date that ends at the 4 years from the effective date. I think he's probably expired because we're usually slow at this. Mr. Lowe has seconded. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Wells?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
aye.
Mr. McRae?
Aye.
Albin is also aye. Motion passes 5-0. And away we go to our illustrious secretary for the 3 motions he's going to do.
Okay, Hein, we're good with 65 John Street, PLPZ 2025-157, final site plan special permit applicant seeking approval to construct a new single-family dwelling with a 3,000 square foot interior half-court basketball, detached garage, pool house, tennis courts, patio, stormwater management, septic system, and associated site improvements. That results in structures in excess of 150,000 cubic feet in volume and an indoor athletic facility of more than 1,200 square feet on a 9.2 acre property in the RF4 zone. As required, the property came before the commission as a pre-application at the 4/8/25 public hearing. Commission finds that conservation issued comments 7/31/25 indicating recommendations to the application. Health issued comments, a septic approval letter, dated 6/6/25 for an 8-bedroom central system. Zoning issued comments 7/31/25 indicating no issues. DPW drainage, the issued comments dated 7/29 indicating resubmittal prior to zoning building permit. Wetlands issued permit dated 3/25/25 under file 25035. And EMAC issued a memo dated 7/27/25 indicating a favorable review. Therefore, motion to approve the site plan, noting the following. Prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall provide a combined landscape plan.
Well, Tracy said she was okay with it. With what she
Okay,
had.
and the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or environmental issues.
Is there anything else I thought there was.
Margarita, you're gonna have to adjust your mic. There you go.
Oh, sorry. It was my fault. I had my hand over it.
Yeah,
Um,
no, they
wasn't
said they would
blaming
provide
anybody
a
else.
combined landscape plan. That's fine. They can provide it.
Yeah, it's good. Okay, anything else we missed? No?
Did we want to limit the use of the basketball court to personal use?
Oh, yeah, good point. But you can't talk right now, but I didn't hear you say that.
I'm seated on this one.
Oh, you're seated on this one. Sorry.
You still can't talk.
The policewoman emerges before anybody else. Okay, the basketball court, limit the use to private.
Household
whatever.
use only.
Yeah,
No, that's stipulated in the application, but it has to be reinforced in the,
you might as
Motion.
well belt and suspenders, a favorite expression of bankers and oil people.
mostly accountants. Go ahead.
Household use only, so they can't even have a friend over to shoot a game of
It's
horse?
your household.
It is?
Friends are your household.
Okay.
Oh, whatever.
Yeah,
They'll
basic
come up with-
household use, it is caveated by there's no tournament play organized,
Yeah,
so on and so
they'll
forth.
come up with wording.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're coming up with Latin now, caveated. Gosh.
Yeah. Do we know, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, Wells is seconded. Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Wells?
Aye.
Ms. Jenkins?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Albin is also aye. With that, the motion passes 5-0. I'm so sorry, Mary.
It's all right.
Can I give my favorite Mary quote of the night before we do the next?
Only if it's short.
Yeah,
It's
because
short.
Yeah.
It's short.
Dated.
I hope I don't sound like a law professor, even though I was one. Yes, Mary.
Sorry, could not resist that. Could not resist.
It was right up there with Arn's Mumbo Jumbo. It was just a classic.
oh, does that go in the book? That goes in the book.
That
Let me
goes
write
in the
that one
book.
down.
I would
It
not
was
put, I would, nothing against Darn, but I would not put mumbo jumbo in there.
Oh, it's in
Okay.
there already. Don't worry.
Oh,
Mumbo
it-
jumbo.
Yeah,
That is
yeah,
mumbo
I agree with
jumbo,
Peter.
Mr.
Yeah.
Hollister.
I'm sorry, but it's just not right.
Yeah.
Oh my
We're getting
God,
a little
Mr.
woke
Hollister.
here.
Yeah.
Mr. Hollister, that is mumbo jumbo. And I've
So
never
you're just going
heard.
to keep repeating it, aren't you? You're just going to keep going at it.
Yes. Okay. Mr. McRae, go ahead.
160 John Street, PLPZ 2025-283, final site plan special permit. Applicant is requesting approval to construct a 520 square foot seasonal pool pavilion, renovate and expand a pool area, build a pergola above the expanded parking area, reconfiguration of existing paddocks, removal of an existing tennis court area for a seasonal installation of a skating rink that results in structures that total in excess of 150 cubic feet in volume on a 10.05 acre property in the RAC4 zone. The commission finds that DPW drainage applicant has submitted a drainage exemption dated 7/2/25. Conservation issued comments 7/31/25, indicating recommendations to the plan. Zoning issued comments 7/31/25, indicating no issues. Health issued comments dated 7/21/25, indicating no issues. Greenwich Fire Department, nope, wrong one. EVAC issued comments dated 7/28/25. With a favorable review, and Wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire dated 7/1/25, indicating no action required. Therefore, a motion to approve with the following comments. The proposed site lighting shall meet the town's lighting requirements per Division 14 of the town's BZR. Ice skating rink shall be used by residents of the property only. Rink lighting, music, and/or
friends.
public address systems shall be prohibited.
Also, no lighting of the rink.
Yes, I said that.
Okay. And you said no amplified sound.
Right. And do you want to put the tournament play thingy into?
Yeah, sure. Okay. And then
What
we
about
had
all the
another-
native species?
Yeah, I'm about to read that out loud. So it's the Conservation Department. I would just say that the planting palette be revised in consistent for the review of staff, incorporating the Conservation Department's comments that the planting palette consists of a much higher percentage of native species where suitable ecological equivalents exist.
What was the last part? Where they exist, what exists?
Where suitable ecological equivalents exist to non-native plants or to natives. I don't know. That's what they said.
No, but why? That's giving them an out so they can put in non-native plants, right?
Yeah, but Jackie and people won't let them do that. We have good staff. This is Jackie.
We're just trying to catch them. Okay.
Okay. If they want to change, the pool pavilion has no plumbing or air conditioning, do we want to condition that return? Yeah, it has to return to staff, right? Anyway, right? You guys for zoning permit? Yeah, okay. And we don't want to have them come back. I got nothing else. Because the health department would have to be, yes? Flo?
Nick, do you want them to lower the height of that carport and pergola thing?
No, it's a structure. Is really no reason for it, but they want to have something
They
that
want to
makes
have
them.
it, they want to have it, so it's consistent with the regs, so it's not we'd just be hassling people. Okay. I feel like there was something else. No? Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Wells is seconded. Mr. Wells, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. McRae?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski?
Aye.
Albin is also an aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0, and we go to the last but not least.
I had 1517 Upper Cross Road, PLPZ 2025-304, final site plan special permit applicant is seeking approval to demolish an existing detached garage and construct a new detached accessory building that exceeds 1,200 square feet, as well as a 228 square foot cabana where the total volume of all structures in the property will exceed 150,000 cubic feet. located in a 5.7 acre parcel in the R4 zone. As required, the property came before the commission as a pre-app at the 7/22/25 public hearing under file PLPZ 2025-270. Commission finds that conservation issued comments dated 7/31/25 requesting a landscape plan be submitted. Health Department issued a septic approval letter dated 6/11/25 for a bedroom septic system. Zoning issued comments on 7/31/25 indicating no issues. EMEC issued comments dated 7/21 indicating a favorable review. DPW Drainage issued comments dated 7/29 indicating approval for zoning permit, and Wetlands issued a permit dated 3/22/25 under file number 2025-053. Therefore, motion to approve the site plan noting the following. We had two ways to go. One is actually they didn't have to have the landscape plan, or they are going to give us a landscape plan. How do we want to do this?
Review it with staff. Review, because what they said was,
They're requesting staff sign off.
yeah, that staff review up the proposed planting plan, because what they say, where is that good comment that was, now there's a good comment in the staff report. Tracy, what do you, what was your?
The reason they want it is to ensure compliance with zoning environmental statutes.
Yeah, there you go. Tracy, you good with that? Because this one's yours, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, and yes. That's fine.
Okay. I
Yeah,
mean, you
we'll
think
review
we
it
should?
prior to issuing a ZPSO.
Yeah, and you think we should ask for it, right?
Sure.
Okay. Okay, all right. So
Um,
that's that. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
no, it's required for projects with a special permit. If we just keep granting waivers all over the place, then why do we have it in the book? No.
Exactly. Okay, so
Well
that,
said.
good, well said. All right,
There
did
you
we
go.
have a second?
Second.
Okay, Wells is seconded. Wells, how do you vote?
Aye.
Macri,
Aye.
Lowe,
Aye.
Yeski,
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. Patrick, if you give us a new agenda item, we might hurt you.
So, we were leaving to change venues today, or I was leaving to change venues, I should
I
say.
was gonna say,
PIFs, or the Putnam Indian Field School, contacted us, and they are unable to get state approval to open their expanded facility in September. And they are looking to get temporary classrooms on the site. And I wanted to make sure that the commission's aware of it. And if they wanted to see it, we certainly could bring it to you, but that would delay their installation. And we
question right away for you. They're gonna do temporary classrooms, that's like trailers?
yes, modulars. Yeah.
One modular.
One modular, one
Hmm.
classroom,
Sorry,
one
I
modular.
said trailers as
Yeah, one modular, and the reason
Bad
they
choice
need
of words.
the reason they need it is the change in the kindergarten age.
Okay,
There's a group of kids that kind of got caught with that, and they're staying in preschool a year longer.
second question. Their circulation was not the greatest. If you guys could just make sure. that
well,
when
that's
they-
what I would promise, is that we won't upset the circulation. We won't put it in any sensitive environmental areas. We won't let it take
Yeah,
up
yeah.
parking and that needed parking and that type of thing. And if that's okay in
Yeah,
concept.
that's totally okay. It's just the question was, we struggled with that circulation
Yeah.
so much because they didn't have a place for the queuing because the parking lot wasn't big enough and you couldn't turn around and all that stuff. So if you guys are comfortable.
I
that
thought
you
we
can-
fixed it.
No, because the biggest fix that we wanted to do didn't work. So it kind of works, but it's not perfect. And so if they're okay with it and they can fix it, they're smarter at this than we are.
Yeah.
I mean, they pay us more, but
Yeah, this is inconsistent because it's coming after the fact, but it is consistent with other decisions we've made where there's temporary accommodation.
yeah, okay.
So it's not out of the norm. It's just this obviously caught them off guard, and they were in a little bit of a bind today, and
Okay.
I did
All
tell
right.
them since we were meeting that I would bring it up. So I'm keeping my end of the bargain, but making it longer. Sorry.
No, okay. All right, does everybody want to go to sleep now? It's
Did
9:24.
we have an effective date for Richard Hine or no?
No, we didn't know what it was, so we just said
Alright.
whenever the effective date
I
is,
think
add
it's,
4
I think
years.
it's the vote. I don't think it's a publication date. So, because it's,
There is a
you're all-
date. There is a date from the last time we put him
oh,
on.
I got it. We may be retroactively extending. Got it. Never mind.
Yeah, because he's probably expired. His term is probably expired because it takes a while before they trickle in.
Okay,
Well,
so if
and-
he's
and you serve
expired,
it
then are we
till-
going
right.
4 years from the expired date? Or are
Yes,
we just
yes.
going 4 days from 4
No,
years?
no, make it
From the
legal.
expired, yeah, that way
I,
there's
I
no,
didn't, I didn't pick up on that. Now I understand.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
he may have had a meeting or two in between expired and renom.
Yeah.
Yep, we'll figure it out. Bianca's been kind of tracking all that stuff down.
So just to
And-
be clear, are we not meeting for another month?
Yes.
You
Yes,
got it.
God willing.
On any, for
No,
for
you
anything,
know-
For
right?
no
You want-
reason,
No
no reason.
No, no,
planning,
we
no
don't
need them.
nothing.
say
Right.
that, you guys. Then we'll get a question from, we'll get counsel will write us and tell us we have an emergency executive session and
I
we'll all
will. I will.
Unavailable.
I will avoid that with all my powers to make sure you guys have a few weeks.
Meanwhile,
I got
meanwhile,
administrative site plans I got to approve for the next
Well,
month.
not only,
That's what's
not
gonna
only that,
take me.
Patrick, I owe you comments on a decision letter you sent out ages ago and you got to mail it tomorrow. I don't know if you did yet.
Oh, did I? Oh, I was gonna sent out. I was like, if it's sent out, we're too late. Oh,
No,
yeah.
no,
I can send it tomorrow. Is the drop dead date? So if you give me,
Okay.
Yeah, so
Next
to
thing.
remind you of one thing that Mr. Hegney's reference to a song, See You in September, the second lyric of which is, while you're away, don't forget to write, okay? Just remember that. Let us know how you're doing, Madam
No,
Chair.
so.
And we won't read it till September.
Okay, and you will read it.
And the next line is, bye-bye, so long.
Wait, before you
farewell."
leave, we're all agreed we're getting that lawyer that we like, who's an expert on nonconformities.
Yes,
We
please.
won't say the name out loud right now because we're
Jenkins,
We won't.
her name
Yeah.
is Jenkins.
Not I can't lawyer this one.
Yeah.
Law
Thank goodness.
professor.
Thank
Law
goodness.
professor.
go, guys.
Okay.